The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 27, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Tom McClintock to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer today will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gracious God, open our eyes this day to the things that are true. Inspire our actions that they be noble. Reveal to us at every turn what is right, and may our motives be ever pure. Then may, as we live our lives here in this place, may they reflect what is lovely. May our example to each other and to this country be admirable. And should the outcome of our work today succeed in being excellent or praiseworthy, may we think not on these accomplishments for our own attribution, but may we take each of our thoughts captive, that we would instead choose to think with your mind and reflect on our efforts as participation in your creative work. May we focus our eyes on what you see and order our days as you would have us do. To you be all glory, and in your truth and righteousness do we offer our prayers this day. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join my community in celebrating Lunar New Year as we ring in the year of the rabbit and year of the cat. We cannot ignore that this year's celebrations in Southern California were rocked by the worst of evil. I have attended the Monterey Park Lunar New Year celebrations in years past, and my heart is with the loved ones of the victims of the shooting in our AAPI community. However, I know that in the face of this tragedy, as we heal our wounds, we will persevere, come together, and come back even stronger. Our best days are yet to come. Good prevails over evil. Love triumphs hate. And light surfaces darkness always. That is what Lunar New Year is all about. I'm rallying with my AAPI community, and I wish all who are celebrating joy, renewal, and many blessings. So I want to greet all the public in my special New Year's greetings. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 新年快乐, 恭喜发财, and 祝梦南無. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady will please provide a translation, and her time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not even a month into this new year, and I'm already on the floor once again begging the same question. What will it take to stop the relentless pace of mass shootings? 3 mass shootings in California in just 3 days. 3 different men used three different ages used guns to murder their own neighbors or coworkers. And beyond the tragedies in California, there are victims of gun violence every day in every state. Regardless of our politics, we cannot continue to live and die this way. We must do more. We must do more for the victims. We must do more for the community shattered. We must do more for the families left to grieve. Each mass shooting is a glaring violation of our inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. According to 97%, a bipartisan group of gun owners and non-gun owners, 70% of gun owners want to help reduce gun injuries and deaths. There are a lot of ways we can combat the cruel epidemic of gun violence, but what we cannot do is nothing. We must all find the courage to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Iowa Biodiesel Board on their recognition by the Clean Fuels Alliance America for their contributions to clean energy. Since the Iowa Biodiesel Board was created in 2007, they have been instrumental in making Iowa the #1 biodiesel producing state in the country. Biofuels are critical in the United States' goal of energy independence. They have created jobs throughout Iowa and the country and reduced overall greenhouse gas emissions. I'm proud to represent a state that recognizes the advantages of biofuels and organizations like the Iowa Biodiesel Board for promoting biodiesel throughout the country. As we continue pursuing clean energy production, I hope my colleagues will look to Iowa and organizations such as the Iowa Biodiesel Board as an example of an any of the above approach. In order to leave a cleaner, healthier planet for our children and grandchildren, we must enact policies that promote a variety of energy sources where they work best. I want to congratulate Iowa Biodiesel Board for their commitment towards clean energy and being a recipient of the Clean Fuels Initiative Award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the late Annie Brown Kennedy, a devoted mother, grandmother, pillar in the Forsyth County legal community, and fierce pioneer for civil rights. Annie's story is one of many firsts. Annie was one of the first black women to become a licensed lawyer in the state of North Carolina, the first ever black woman lawyer in Forsyth County, and the first black woman to serve in the North Carolina House of Representatives. Annie's dedication to the fight for equality under the law made history. Her vision for a more equitable North Carolina drove her success in landmark legal cases, including Simpkins versus the City of Greensboro, which desegregated public recreational facilities across the South. Annie's work moved our nation forward while creating a path for the next generation to continue her work. She will be deeply missed by her loving family and the entire community. May her memory be a blessing to all. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, every student deserves the opportunity to receive an education that empowers them to excel. They are our nation's future and should have the opportunity to attend a school that best suits them, whether it is public or private, charter or other. This week is not about placing private education over public school education. Many Americans have access to great public schools, but many do not. School choice increases the options available for families and incentivizes improvement of all schools. Nobody knows what is best for their children more than a parent does, and a student's zip code should not determine their destiny. School choice policies are a great equalizer and increase opportunity for students no matter where they live. Education savings accounts like those recently implemented in Iowa and my colleague Adrian Smith's legislation, the Education Choice for Children's Act, which provides a tax credit for those who fund scholarship awards for K-12 students, are two examples of policies that will increase opportunity for millions of children across America. As a member of Congress, I look forward to supporting such proposals. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the striking workers of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette who are more than 100 days into their unfair labor practice strike. CWA and Teamsters members went on strike this fall. They were joined in solidarity by members of the Newspaper Guild of Pittsburgh. Striking workers continue to keep the community informed through their strike publication, the Pittsburgh Union Progress. A healthy democracy requires a free press, and Western PA is no exception. we need strong, independent journalism. The destruction of small news outlets and consolidation in the industry are big problems for the freedom of press in our country, including in Western Pennsylvania. Owners at Block Communications recently acquired the Pittsburgh City paper, a weekly focused on local issues. The News Guild CWA has raised concerns about this acquisition and its impact on competition, workers, and journalistic independence. I share those concerns. While I'm glad that a judge found Block Communications broke the law in the Guild's NLRB case, the fight isn't over. I stand in solidarity with these striking workers in Western Pennsylvania and with workers across the country fighting for the dignity that we all deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on International Holocaust Remembrance Day to honor the memory of those who were murdered during the Holocaust. The Holocaust was a systematic, government-sponsored persecution and murder of 6 million Jews by the Nazi regime and its collaborators. We honor the resilience of survivors, and we rededicate ourselves to uphold the sacred promise of never again. The events and results of the Holocaust were so devastating and so extreme that we can barely imagine how such a horrendous event could even take place. But we remember because it is an unthinkable scar on humanity. We not only remember, but more importantly, we say never again. Today we mourn the lives of those we lost, and we celebrate those who saved them, and we honor those who survived. We must eradicate hatred and never become indifferent to the suffering of others. On the day of remembrance, the most important thing to remember is the humanity that exists in all of us. May we always remember and always pledge never again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the resilience of residents of Houston, Pasadena, and our neighbors in Deer Park and Baytown that were hit by the tornado earlier this week. We were hit hard, and it devastated our area, but people are resilient. The tornado left dozens of families displaced in my district, with homes without roofs and surrounded by debris. Thankfully, there were no deaths or serious injuries, and our spirit is not broken. In this time of recovery, it's important to remember that our communities always come together in time of need. I want to thank all the first responders, the workers who helped restore our electricity, and the people who picked up the debris, and those who were there immediately to help our neighbors. That's what we're all about, helping each other. We continue to rebuild our community because we are strong together. As long as I continue to represent Texas 29, I will ensure that our district is well prepared and has the best available resources and information for recovery. We are Houston strong. We are Pasadena strong. We are Texas strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sorrow but also with great pride that I rise today to honor the life of one of my constituents, a hero of America's greatest generation. On December 6, 2022, Mr. Lou Moore, a veteran of World War II and a truly valiant warrior who took the fight to the Nazis in Europe, passed just shortly after turning 100 years old. Today he is with the Lord, and I had the pleasure of presenting Lou with the Congressional Gold Medal last year. And while he was a man of small physical stature, his heart, his love of country, and his passion for this beautiful nation's youth and its veterans were of mammoth proportions. My friend Lou cherished the marriage he had with his true love, his wife Nellie, and while she passed away slightly before Lou, he always had family in our district in the form of thousands of veterans throughout our area. They loved him dearly. Lou blessed us with his special gifts of patriotism and honor, and God blessed us with Lou's presence and now has brought him home. We are all grateful for the life of a truly great American, Mr. Lou Moore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge extremists in this chamber to stop playing political chess with the lives of working people and families. In 2021, 85% of Americans over the age of 50 opposed cuts to Social Security and Medicare to reduce the national debt. 85%. Clearly, the economic scheme proposed by the GOP is in direct opposition to the people's will, slashing Social Security and Medicare for the working class while giving tax breaks to the wealthy. The GOP scheme also proposes a ridiculous 30%, yes, 30% national sales tax, a huge setback for working families, increasing the cost of everyday essentials and raising gas prices. As if that wasn't enough, this scheme is holding the reputation of our nation hostage to extremist demands for cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Democrats stand with the people. Dismantling Medicare and Social Security will never be up for debate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman is recognized. House Resolution 5 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the committee to the whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 21. Will the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 21, which the clerk will report by title. When the Committee of the Whole rose on Thursday, January 26, 2023, Amendment number 14, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, had been disposed of. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
And I would yield now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Sidney Kamliger-Duck.
Thank you. Today I rise in opposition to H.R. 21. Once again, Republicans are selling out the American people to their big oil friends. Oil companies are not even using the thousands of permits to drill on public lands that they currently hold, and Republicans want to add another 300 million acres to this oil carnage. Big oil rakes in record profits while poisoning the earth and anyone who lives and works near their oil fields. The Inglewood oil field is in my district and has been toxifying predominantly black and brown communities near it for decades. There is literally oil bubbling up through the sidewalks. Back in April, more than 1,600 gallons of oil spilled from the field, spewing toxins into the air. And Republicans want more of that everywhere. Not caring if people literally have clean air to breathe doesn't sound very pro-life to me. This drill, baby, drill attitude isn't making the United States any safer or more economically competitive. It is killing Mother Earth and us. H.R. 21 is derelict to the American people, and I urge my colleagues to protect what's left of our public lands and vote against H.R. 21. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any members seeking recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, numbered 145.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 145, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona. Add at the end the following. A, protected public lands. The plan required by...
May I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I rise to offer what I hope will be an amendment that every member in the body can support. This amendment would simply prevent new planned oil and gas drilling in our national parks or on protected public lands, including national monuments, national recreation areas, or areas of critical environmental concern. The debate yesterday and today has shown the American people that there are deep divisions between our two parties when it comes to America's energy future. We have starkly different priorities for protecting communities and the climate and securing environmental justice and safeguarding public health. And I hope the concerns that we've raised might change some minds across the aisle, though I worry it will not. However, one area in which I believe we can all agree is that we should not allow oil and gas extraction in our national parks, our national wildlife refuge, in national recreation areas, or in our conservation lands. Mr. Chairman, for those of us who have had the privilege to serve on the House Natural Resources Committee, we hear nearly every day about what parks and public lands mean to the community and in every congressional district across the country. Put simply, Americans love their parks. From the Everglades to the Grand Canyon, Shenandoah, Mesa Verde, these iconic landscapes are some of the most visited and most loved in the United States. It is our responsibility as elected officials to ensure future generations, our children, our grandchildren, will have the same opportunities we have enjoyed and experienced in these incredible places. My amendment would protect these opportunities, ensuring that any new planned oil and gas extraction would not occur in our parks or on protected public lands. And despite what some may suggest, this amendment is essentially, given the repeated extremist efforts we saw under the previous administration to open protected lands to extraction, this amendment is necessary. I hope that all my colleagues can join me in protecting our parks and protected public lands from unnecessary oil and gas extraction. I urge a vote yes on the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment, which will prohibit the leasing plan from including a whole new swath of federal lands.
For 5 minutes.
This is a solution in search of a problem, because many of these areas are already protected. I went through the list. I don't see any that aren't. Under the existing law, many of these places aren't open for oil and gas leasing. Nothing in H.R. 21 would change that fact. President Biden campaigned on a platform to end fossil fuels, and on day one of his administration, he imposed a moratorium on energy production on federal lands. The Biden administration has leased fewer acres than any other administration dating all the way back to World War II. H.R. 21 will reverse the dangerous precedent set by President Biden and his administration and unlock the natural resources owned by the American people for the benefit of all. The SPR shouldn't be used for political purposes. Drawing down to influence gas prices is wrong when the SPR is set aside for natural emergencies. Time of war, a strategic asset for the American people, not to be used to influence elections. This memo will increase gas prices and weaken our energy security by reimposing the Biden administration's leasing moratorium. It's wrong. It's a messaging. I get it. You're okay with releasing gas and oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to influence gas prices, weakening our nation if a natural disaster should strike. We need to replenish the SPR. We need to do it with American resources that we're blessed with in this country. That's what H.R. 21 does, so I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from
Sir,
Arizona.
if I could request a recorded vote on the amendment?
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. Where from? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentleman specify which amendment?
Mr. Chair, Amendment 46.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Jackson of North Carolina.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just heard from the gentleman from South Carolina that the purpose of this bill was to make sure that the use of our strategic reserve was confined to instances in which there was a national emergency. The purpose of this amendment is very simple. It is to make sure that if we are going to restrict releases from our strategic reserve, that it have an exception for national security. That's it. Very simple. If you were going to tie the president's hands to respond to an energy crisis, at least include language that allows for a swift response in the event of a threat to our national security. At least do that. I understand the concern about the use of our reserve. I do not understand lack of concern for a future situation which could call for its use when our national security is at stake. This is a simple amendment. It only adds language with respect to national security. This should be a bipartisan concern, and I welcome bipartisan support. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Once again, this amendment would further allow the President to abuse the SBR by draining it without declaring a national emergency under the Emergency Policy Conservation Act. Given the ability to once again use the SBR for political purposes, and that is wrong. It's set aside for national emergencies, true national emergencies. Hurricanes hit the coast. We just saw one in Florida this year. We all remember Hurricane Katrina. We've got adversaries threatening around the world. We need the SPR full. We don't need to be released to influence an election. We need it there for national emergencies. This amendment would further allow the President to abuse it. Statute's clear, and emergency triggers to use the SBR are very well defined. The law requires the President to declare that a severe energy supply interruption exists. The only reason a severe supply interruption exists is because of their policies. The policy of the Biden administration that took oil and gas production in this nation off the table. We have American resources here. We're blessed in this nation with abundant natural resources, but we're cursed by liberal politicians who don't want America to be energy independent. They don't want us to be energy dominant. They want to take those resources off the table for production, to increase supply, to meet demand, to lower prices for consumers, manufacturers, and people across America. The statute defines a supply interruption as follows. An emergency situation exists, and there's a significant reduction in supply, which is of significant scope and duration. There was no emergency situation existing when the President withdrew oil from the SBR. A severe increase in the price of petroleum products has resulted from an emergency. Where was the emergency? Yeah, we had higher prices because supply was low due to the policies of the administration that took oil and gas production off the table. He created the emergency, if you want to call it an emergency. Such price increase will likely, number three, such price increase is likely to cause a major adverse impact on the national economy. There's a solution. Drill here, drill now. Produce American energy. The SPR is a critical national security asset. We've said that over and over and over and over and over on this side. It's a national asset paid for by the taxpayers, set aside for use of this nation in time of a real emergency. A real emergency. The SPR is a critical national security asset. Should only have been utilized in accordance with the law. This amendment would affect that. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
This is the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
And I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson.
The gentleman from South Carolina concluded his remarks by saying this amendment would affect that, provided no specification for that. Look, folks, this was just about national security. We didn't get 2 words in response to the substance of this amendment. We got a bunch of platitudes that were completely unrelated. I was under the assumption, given everything we had heard about national emergencies and national security, that making sure that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve could be used for national security would at least be bipartisan. Or, if not, there would be a good reason as to why that exception should not exist. We didn't get a 1. We got a speech about hurricanes. We got a speech about other uses for oil. I hear you. I'm on board. This is national security. And the fact that you had no response whatsoever tells me your bill isn't serious. That this bill is about messaging. That you're looking to tie any future president's hands in a way that is fundamentally reckless. If this bill were serious, you would take national security more seriously. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
For
I
what
would yield
purposes,
back.
the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes appear to have it. And the amendment is not.
Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote on Mr. Jackson's amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, number 147, printed in the congressional record.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 147, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia. Add in the following, Section 3, Rule of Construction with respect to abuse of emergency
I ask
declarations.
unanimous consent.
Clerk will suspend.
To dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, yesterday I introduced an amendment that would take away the President's emergency power to sell our oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and give that authority back to Congress. Since Joe Biden has become president, he has abused his emergency power and sold American oil to our enemies. China was the #1 buyer. President Biden abused his power to sell our oil, reduce gas prices, so that the midterm elections would swing Democrats' way. It's a shame to trick the American people just to win an election. No president should be able to use their emergency powers for politics. While my amendment failed yesterday, it opened up discussion on how to solve this problem. While our leadership was working with me to protect America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, Democrats and the Mocking Hill media were making fun of me for having a failed amendment. I want to say this: true success comes through failure. And there's one thing that needs to be pointed out about our new Republican majority. We are much different than Republican majorities of the past. We aren't afraid of conflict, of disagreement in the public's eye. We have already proven that. What all of us are afraid of is not being a successful Republican majority for the American people and stopping the Democrats' America Last policies. And what our Republican majority will continue to show the country and the mocking media is, in the words of our new great Republican speaker, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Today, I'm introducing a new amendment that would prevent President Biden or any president from selling our strategic oil reserves for political reasons. The American people don't believe President Biden should have the sole authority to sell our oil for whatever reason he comes up with. President Biden's war on American energy has crippled our country and left us vulnerable to economic and a national security crisis. There's no reason the president should be able to sell one of our most strategic resources for political gain. Instead, the president should unleash American energy at home. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and yield back. Yes.
I rise in support of this amendment, which will simply clarify that the president is not authorized to make emergency drawdowns of the SPR for political purposes. It's pretty simple. Imagine if a Republican administration would have done what this administration did. You ought to be hollering from the tops of buildings, in the streets. It's clear President Biden has abused his emergency powers to raid our SPR for political gain. SPR was meant for true emergency energy supply interruptions. President Biden has mismanaged the SPR. 250 million barrels, over 40% of the SPR, has been drained in less than 2 years, 15 months. We need to unleash American energy production by expanding energy production in this country on federal lands and across the country. We're going to work on that in the House majority to expand American energy production. We're fighting, like Marjorie is, to deliver affordable and reliable energy for all Americans. We're also fighting to maintain and bolster our energy security, and that's what this is about. Energy security, national security. H.R. 21 furthers these goals, and I support this amendment and the passage of H.R. 21. I yield back to the gentlelady.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purposes, gentleman from New Jersey?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. Claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume. I listened to the gentlewoman from Georgia, and to me, this amendment is unbelievable. I mean, she says that you can't draw down or sell petroleum products under this amendment for political and non-emergency purposes. Well, I mean, everything around here is political, so I don't even know how you would define that. But what the president has been doing is using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to help bring down the price of gasoline at the pump, or in other cases to increase supply because of the supply shortage, because of Russian action in the invasion of Ukraine. These are, in my opinion, totally legitimate emergency purposes to help the American people and help the supply chain. Now, what the bill does is to say, well, if you want to do that, if you want to use the reserve, then you have to drill for more oil on public lands. Well, isn't that political? A decision is made to say that you can't use the reserve unless you do some, you help the oil companies and let the oil companies take more of our public lands. I mean, that's about the most political thing that I can think of. In addition to that, no, I'm not yielding at this time. In addition to that, was it not political when the Republican administrations in the past released and sold oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? What did they do it for? Well, they did it for deficit reduction. They did it to pay for different items, like the 21st Century Cures bill that came out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Were those emergencies? Were those not political? I would argue that using the reserve for those purposes was not an emergency at all, and certainly was incredibly political. So, I mean, this is just another example of what the Republicans are doing. They're politicizing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve because they want to make message points. They know that this bill isn't going anywhere. The president already said that he'll veto it. The Senate won't even take it up. They're being so political, and they're talking about situations that have nothing to do with an emergency. So I really don't know what to say. The whole process here is very political, oriented towards message, oriented towards going on TV, I guess, to appeal to base voters. It's just incredible to me that this amendment is being offered. So I would ask my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from South Carolina.
Strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. You know, the Democrats try to paint this picture that rising energy costs was Putin's war, Putin's gas hikes. I had to do some research. A gentleman from North Carolina tried to make this all about the war in Ukraine. The reason the president did this, just a little factoid. The first drawdown of the SPR was 2 months before Russia invaded Ukraine. So this isn't about a national emergency related to Ukraine, related to Vladimir Putin. This isn't Putin's price hike on gasoline for American consumers. This is the Biden administration's war on American energy. He said it on the campaign. He's implemented it today. He implemented it from day one, and it continues. The SPR is a strategic asset for the American people to meet the needs in the time of crisis, such as a national emergency or a time of war. So let's just be clear. It should not be used for political gain, political influence. The American people see right through this. They appreciated the little bump, and that's all it was, a speed bump at the pump for them. Prices went right back up. It didn't have much influence on the price of energy in this country, but what can have influence on the price of energy in this country is producing American energy resources. My goodness, we're blessed in this nation with natural gas and oil to meet the demands of a growing economy. Your constituents and mine are paying the price at the pump. It's time to unleash American dominance, energy dominance, which we can. I'd like to yield some time to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Mr. Chair, my Democrat colleague across the aisle pointed out exactly what I was saying, that the entire reason why President Biden released our very precious oil that the American people paid for with their hard-earned tax dollars for our emergency reserves, the reason why it was released was to reduce gas prices before an election. And our Democrat colleague completely admits that. And then goes on to blame the war in Ukraine for the reason that we have a low supply. But yet, talk about serious. Let's talk about the most unserious decisions, that the Senate would not take up this bill to protect American strategic petroleum reserves, that the Senate would not take up this bill and pass my amendment to stop any president, Democrat or Republican, for selling oil out of our SPR for political reasons, and to imagine that President Biden would say that he would not consider this bill. President Biden is telling America that he doesn't care about our emergency supply or our national security. President Biden gives a serious, clear message to the American people that he will destroy the fossil fuel energy industry, and that will hurt every single American. There are no politics that can play with that. I urge my colleagues to pass my amendment and H.R. 21. I yield back.
I yield back balance.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have Amendment 88 at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 88, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Sherman of California.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
American gas prices are too high. The pressure is on this Congress to do something about it. President Biden has done something about it by releasing oil at a strategic time from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And gas prices are down from their peak. But Americans want more. But they want real action, and instead they get what is nothing more than a 2-day fraud on this House floor, a bill that would do absolutely nothing to reduce oil prices or gas prices. And yet, by spending 2 days on this floor, by making this the bill of the week, we fool the American people into thinking that Congress is doing something. Now, how utterly meaningless is this bill? It will do nothing to increase oil production in the United States, for it calls only for a plan to be created, but not necessarily implemented. And it implies that it would do something to increase oil production, but not for well more than a year after the crisis began, any spike in oil prices. And finally, even if more oil is produced in the United States, it'll be exported and will lower the world price perhaps by a penny. This is a messaging bill. Its message is to attack President Biden, who's the only one who has actually done something to reduce oil prices. So let's look at what this bill does. It calls for a plan. Well, if the administration wants to give us a plan, they'd give us a plan. Washington is filled with plans. The American Petroleum Institute has a plan. Everybody's got a plan. So we draft another plan. What does that do? Now, it forces the administration to write a plan about leasing more land for oil drilling. They're free to list parcels where everybody knows there's no oil and nobody wants to bid. If they don't want to do a plan, that's the plan they'll give us. But let's say they give us the plan that the majority seems to want. They can write the plan, accompany with a letter explaining that they think it won't reduce oil prices, that it's bad for the environment, and therefore they're not going to implement it. So now we have a plan that's similar to what they want and a letter saying why it won't be implemented. This is what we offer the American people. If we're going to have a bill that requires a plan, we ought to adopt this amendment that offers the administration a chance to create a different kind of plan, a plan to prohibit or limit exports. The illustration of how important this is can be seen just north of our border. Canada produces twice as much oil as they consume, and their consumers are paying $2 a gallon more than we're paying. So producing more oil inside your country doesn't seem to lower oil prices for those living to the north of the United States. Why? Because the oil is simply exported at the world price. Now that guarantees, if we actually produced more oil in the United States and exported it, more profits for oil companies, but not a penny of reduction at the price. If instead we had a plan to limit or prohibit exports, we would lower certainly the price of natural gas, and I believe that under many circumstances we would reduce the price of oil and gasoline paid for by the American people. So to come to this floor with a bill requiring a plan to be added to the hundreds of existing plans that already exist, that requires an administration to create a plan that the majority tells us the administration doesn't want to create, allows the administration to create a plan that they wouldn't like, allows the administration to create a plan that they would like and then refuse to implement it, and then tell the American people that you're doing something to lower the price of gasoline now. But even if we produced more oil, and let's point out, we're going to produce more oil in this country in 2023 than any other year in our history. So this is a message bill that's sending a false message. We are going to produce more oil in 2023 than any other year. But even if we did lease more land, and even if they did drill on it, that is a response that might affect us in 2025. Why don't we have something that will lower gas prices now? So, if we want to engage in this process of telling the American people that we're doing something, or that we would do something, but it's the other party's fault, then for God's sakes, bring forward a bill that, if enacted, which of course won't happen, but if enacted, would actually do something. This bill will not increase oil production in the United States, and oil production in the United States, if exported, will do nothing to help the American consumer. Please vote for my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes, gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Chair, I
seek
rise in
recognition.
opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, the education of my colleagues continues. A plan? The administration is in violation of the law that requires a 5-year drilling plan on the OCS. I was on the MMS 5-year OCS drilling study committee. I know what the law is. Administration needs to create a 5-year plan for drilling offshore on federal lands. That's a plan. You know, talked about oil and how we shouldn't import oil. There's all kinds of different oil, heavy, light. Our refineries are set up to take a certain kind of oil. We're called a net exporter when we exceeded the demand in this country. We had a surplus, so we were able to export it. Net exporter because we're still going to import oil because our refineries are set up to take that kind of oil and not necessarily the oil that's produced here. You mentioned our neighbors to the north in Canada producing a lot more oil. They don't have refineries up there to meet their demand. They need to send that oil somewhere to be refined into all the miraculous products that come out of a barrel of hydrocarbon. It doesn't just produce diesel fuel and gasoline. And so they've got to send that oil somewhere. But the stoppage of the Keystone XL pipeline kept that oil from coming to the United States of America. Guess what? They've got to send it somewhere else. They've got to send it overseas to be refined somewhere. That's the reason that Canada may pay higher prices for gasoline. We have the solution. Bring that oil here. Let us refine it. Let's put American workers to work at refineries. We hadn't built a refinery in this country, and I don't know when. We can meet a lot of different goals in this country and globally by refining more of that product here. That's a plan for you. Keystone Pipeline is important for our refineries and the energy sector and for our allies, both north and south, in Mexico and Canada. We can be North American energy secure. We can actually be hemispherically energy secure by working with our colleagues. You know, H.R. 21 is about the SPR, about requiring non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. There's your plan. This amendment, by requiring a plan to limit oil imports, this amendment aims to harm American families by imposing costly trade restrictions into the global market for oil, which will drive up fuel prices. OPEC doesn't play by these rules. America is the top producer in the world, and increasing energy production leads to more security, price stability, especially when prices are set by OPEC in the global market. This amendment undermines the purpose of the bill and undermines American energy affordability and security. So I urge a no vote from my colleagues, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 146, printed in the congressional record.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 146, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Green of
Clerk
Georgia.
Gentleman from New Jersey, for what purpose do you seek? Point of order is reserved. Clerk will resume.
Page 2, line 22.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, plans are extremely important, but unfortunately, our president has given us no plan on how he will replace all of the oil, very important oil, that has been sold out of our strategic petroleum reserve. You know, the American people are trapped on a journey in this country. The American people work hard every single day and pay their taxes, and their taxes have been abused. Their tax dollars were used to fill up the supply in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And in 2 years' time, this president has sold out America by selling our Strategic Petroleum Reserves and creating a national security crisis for all of America. I'm introducing an amendment today that will require a leasing plan from day one of President Biden's presidency, Inauguration Day, when this bill is enacted into law. President Biden will have to come up with a plan to tell the American people how he will clean up his mess and refill America's SPR. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I insist on the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The pending amendment violates the germaneness requirement of Rule 16, Clause 7. That rule precludes amendments, and I quote, on a subject different from that under consideration. The subject matter of the underlying bill is a requirement that the Department of Energy issue a plan related to the leasing of federal lands for oil and gas drilling before certain first drawdowns from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. However, the subject matter of the pending amendment is different. The pending amendment introduces a new subject matter to the bill by requiring a plan for drawdowns that have already occurred. Because the pending amendment is on a different subject than that of the underlying bill, I urge the chair to hold this amendment as not germane.
Does any other member wish to be heard on the point of order? Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to speak on the point of order. This is absolutely germane. Same subject, meets all the rules, and I support the amendment. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard? The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 6, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment changes the calculation of how much land would need to be leased to offset the drawdown. The chair finds that the amendment is within the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is therefore germane. The point of order is overruled. Gentleman
Mr. Chairman,
from New
I would
Jersey.
like to now speak in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The gentlewoman, again, first of all, I think the gentlewoman's previous amendment was about, the policies of the president being political. And I think this amendment is more political than anything. First of all, as we know, what the underlying bill does is it says that if the president wants to release crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, he has to put together a plan that would require more leases on public lands. What the gentlewoman's amendment says now is that she makes this retroactive and goes back to the day of the president's inauguration. Again, a very political decision to use that date, and says that any releases from the reserve beginning on the day of the president's inauguration, we would also have to then go back and make sure that we sell or lease additional leases on public lands to cover those releases from the reserve back to the inauguration. So, look, the bureaucracy of all this in itself, I think, is absurd. But the point is that she is essentially saying that now we have to lease more public lands, when in fact there are about 9,000 leases already on public lands, half of which are not being used. The oil companies do not want to pump more oil, because that brings down the price. They don't want any releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, because that brings down the price. So all that the Republican majority is doing here is trying to help the oil companies, trying to make sure that there's no tools on the part of the administration to increase supply, to bring down the cost of gasoline at the pump. Whatever the oil companies, which are making huge profits, want to do, that's what they want to do as well. And so I would just, again, say that this amendment may be germane, but it's certainly detrimental to what the president and the Democrats are trying to do to help people deal with affordability. They cannot, we understand that the price at the pump is prohibitive, and we have to continue to use whatever tools we have to try to bring it down. The Republicans, on the other hand, don't want to do any of that. They want to make political points, and they want to do the bidding of the oil companies. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would oppose this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentleman specify which amendment?
Number 61.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Liu of California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would create an exception allowing for a drawdown of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve if the Secretary determines that the drawdown will result in a net profit for the United States. So let me tell you what this is all about. I can summarize this debate of the last 2 days into one sentence. Joe Biden lowered your gas prices, and Republicans are upset about it. That's what this is about. Joe Biden lowered your gas prices last year, and that makes Republicans mad. And how do we know? They said it out loud. The gentlewoman from Georgia earlier this morning just said that Joe Biden lowered your gas prices for political reasons. You know, I don't care why a president lowers your gas prices. If any president can lower your gas prices, we should support that president's action. And if prices surge later this year, if gas prices surge again, Joe Biden should be able to use the tools at his disposal and lower your gas prices again. We should be giving the president even more flexibility to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower your gas prices. Joe Biden lowered your gas prices, and Republicans want to keep him from doing that again. We don't want to stop the president from lowering your gas prices. We want Joe Biden to lower your gas prices again if he could do that. But there's another reason this Republican bill is so stupid. Because not only did Joe Biden lower your gas prices, the United States of America made a profit on it. Buy low, sell high. It was brilliant what Joe Biden did. He released the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at prices when gases were high, and that's helped lower the gas prices, and then he refilled it at the lower amount. The U.S. made $4 billion on Joe Biden's action. Republicans always want to say, well, let's run government like a business. Joe Biden did exactly that when he lowered your gas prices and then made a $4 billion profit for the United States of America. Adopt my amendment, which would make this stupid bill better, and then vote against this bill. Do I yield back? Or what do I do now? I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition of the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, recollection serves me that you guys on that side of the aisle blocked an amendment or a bill that Republicans put up during the Trump administration that actually made this very point, to allow President Trump to buy oil at a low price to refill the spore. And y'all said no. You can't make this stuff up. You know, the government should not be in business. The government's here to serve the people, to meet the constitutional responsibilities enumerated in the Constitution of the United States. And I don't see that the government is a business that should make a net profit on anything. It's not what taxpayer dollars go to purchase something for a strategic asset for emergencies. Not to be traded as a commodity so that the government can make a profit. I guess y'all want it to make a profit so you can keep spending money when we're $31 trillion in debt. The government shouldn't impose price controls at all. That's not what a democratic republic does. If Democrats are so concerned with fiscal oversight of the Department of Energy, they should take a look at the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which allocated over $400 billion in federal funding to clean energy, picking winners and losers in the marketplace. That type of government control over our energy is the exact type of policy that got us here in the first place, that got us to where we are today while we're even having this debate. I look forward to conducting future oversight over the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act during this Congress. And I'll say once again, and I'll say it ad nauseum, The SBR must only be used to protect Americans in the time of a true emergency, natural disaster, war, that type of thing, not for political purposes, as it was used by this administration to lower gas prices before a midterm election influenced politics in this country. That was the wrong use of it. If a Republican administration had done that, you'd be making the same argument that I'm making, that it was wrong. It's wrong then, it's wrong today, and it'll be wrong tomorrow. It shouldn't be used that way. It's for national emergencies, period. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have Amendment 62 at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Liu of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This amendment would limit oil and gas leasing on the outer continental shelf if the leases would harm marine mammals. Not only does the Republican bill keep Joe Biden from lowering your gas prices, it also is going to harm marine mammals. So I rise today to try to improve this terrible underlying bill. And what this would do is it would prevent harm to marine mammals if my amendment were adopted. Currently, House Republicans are continuing their attacks on our public lands and public waters. The U.S. is already the world's top producer of oil and gas, and the fossil fuel industry already has large portions of land that they are not using to drill. Of the over 26 million acres of public lands that fossil fuel companies control, half are unused. As a co-chair of the California Coastal Caucus and a member representing the beautiful Los Angeles County coastline, I know that my constituents and I want an end to all offshore oil drilling, not another expansion. In October 2021, an estimated 126,000 gallons of crude oil spilled into our waters off the coast of Huntington Beach. This harmed our beaches, wildlife, and coastal communities. Oil spills continue to be one of the greatest perpetual threats to our coastal communities and marine life. We simply cannot allow an expansion of offshore oil drilling. We need to continue to build on the work of the 117th Congress to drive us towards true energy independence through renewable energies and new technologies. Thank you for your consideration. I ask for adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment seeks to delay the operation of the bill pending an unregulated contingency. Let me just say this. I was on Natural Resources Committee for a while, and I think the person in the chair was on that committee as well. And I remember we were talking about seismic testing, and there was this huge outcry that seismic testing would harm marine mammals. And we had a letter on BOEM's website that said that there's not a single verifiable instance anywhere in the world, off the coast of Africa and the Mediterranean, off the coast of the United States, anywhere in the world that a marine mammal was harmed or killed by seismic testing. I just read an article this week, though, that wells are washing up on shore and they believe it might be attributed to offshore wind production. You're going to include that in this? Those are marine mammals. It's just amazing that these amendments are put in place. This amendment invokes an entirely different statute and agency, the Marine Mammal Protection Act and Department of Commerce. I could make the argument that it's not germane. I'm not going to do that. This amendment prohibits the leasing plan from including any track on the outer continental shelf if it would adversely impact marine mammals. Show me where a marine mammal has been killed from oil and gas production or exploration. As I just pointed out that there's not a single verifiable instance, and ironically, that was during the Obama administration. That was Obama's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management that had the letter on their website, their chief biologist. That was a fun debate in that committee. They were holding up seismic permits. But they would permit a wind farm offshore or a solar panel that was frying birds or knocking endangered species out of the air in a heartbeat, but would let us go after these abundant resources that we had offshore and onshore. This is nothing more than an attempt to delay the implementation of H.R. 21. There's nothing in the bill that changes any laws relating to protection of marine mammals. It's worth noting that about offshore wind. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this messaging amendment on the other side, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from North Carolina has an amendment at the desk. Will he please specify which amendment?
Amendment 77.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 77, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Nickel of North Carolina.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 77. And listen, the American people have been hit so hard by inflation and the rising cost of goods. In its current form, the Strategic Production Response Act deprives the federal government of one of the most important tools in its toolbox to fight inflation and to lower gas prices. Mr. Chair, my amendment is simple. It would protect our ability to fight inflation by releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and would create an exception clause to ensure that the Secretary of Energy can draw down the reserve if a delay in drawdown would worsen inflation. Releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a critical strategy that helped lower gas prices for American families. This bill, without my amendment, could hurt working Americans struggling so hard with rising prices. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to protect American families from rising gas prices and runaway inflation. Listen, lowering gas prices is not a political tactic. It is a question of survival for many Americans. Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Inflation? The Biden policies are causing inflation across this country and not allowing America to come roaring back after the pandemic. First thing he did was stop oil and gas production in this country, ended leases, stopped federal leasing. And that's caused gas prices to go up that affect all of our constituents, not just the lower income ones, but all of them. And the lower income people pay a higher percentage of their discretionary income for energy due to this administration's policies. A higher percentage. That means they have less money to spend on other commodities that they want to buy to improve their lives. If you want to lower inflation in this country, let's get the economy back. And one way to get the economy back is to provide cheap diesel fuel so that those commodities can be transported across the country. And that diesel fuel is affordable for the farmers to plant their crops and harvest their crops. Inflation is going to continue because of this administration's policies affecting energy prices for our farmers. Commodities are going to be higher than they are today because of the input cost. Fertilizer comes from energy sources. That's an input cost. Diesel fuel for tractors and trucks transport the crops from the crop to the processors to the store. If we want to lower inflation in this country, we do it through American energy dominance. We've got the resources. All we got to do is go tap them. Increase supply to meet demand. That is how you lower prices, and that's how you address the inflationary data that we're seeing. Inflation is caused by this administration spending too much money, printing too much money, and not increasing American energy security. Providing plans under H.R. 21 that will lead to an increase in production of American energy. It creates wealth, it creates jobs, it creates tax revenues, it leads to lower prices, and it definitely combats inflation. We know this from the shale revolution, which added hardworking Americans, added to their jobs, added to their bank accounts, added to their spending, increased economic activity, a healthy economy, limited inflation. Energy is the foundation of everything in modern life. When the price of energy goes up, everything does. And it's not just transportation fuels. When you put a barrel of hydrocarbon under pressure, it separates in miraculous products that are used by this nation and the world, not just for transportation fuels. Low-income Americans feel the pain the most. Let's support building a healthy economy to reduce inflation and ensure American energy security. I'll go back that this bill deals with SPR, the drawdown by this administration to affect energy prices for American constituents, voters, right before an election. Wasn't a proper use of it then, won't be a proper use of it today, and it will not be a proper use of it in the future. It's there for emergencies for this nation. That's what it should be used for. We need to replenish the SPR so it will be available. It will be available in a time of a true emergency in this country. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. It's designated amendment number 95.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 95, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise to offer an amendment which would add the text of my Buy Low and Sell High Act, which I reintroduced last week, along with my colleagues Representatives Craig, Crow, Custer, Spanberger, and Trone. And Mr. Chairman, we heard quite a bit earlier today, as well as yesterday, on how problematic the underlying bill before us is, how it does not represent a serious attempt to tackle the challenges and opportunities that come with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, to make sure it can be put to work for all Americans while helping fuel our transition to a 21st century clean energy economy. Now, unlike my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, even when Democrats are in the minority, we do not become a party of no. We stand ready to work on ideas that will seriously improve this country and to propose our substantive ideas to improve bills brought before the House. And that is what I'm doing today with this amendment. The Buy Low and Sell High Act is a serious bill that takes the Strategic Petroleum Reserve seriously. It doesn't use it as a political football, but instead regards it as a valuable tool to our arsenal of energy security. The amendment would create an economic petroleum reserve within this reserve that would be specifically to sell crude oil when prices are high and buy crude oil when prices are low. Some of the profits for that would then be reinvested into the American economy, accelerating the electrification revolution that everyone from President Biden to the CEO of every automaker can tell us is happening, not in the future, but right now. It would also create a network of regional product reserves so we can have a full national network of crude and petroleum products. The Colonial Pipeline hack nearly 2 years ago was illustrative of the need for regional product reserves. Crude by itself doesn't do us any good without refining capacity and the infrastructure to take it across the country. Regional product reserves can fight local shortages immediately. So my amendment also includes Ms. Houlihan's important bill, which goes further than our Republican chamber did 2 weeks ago in preventing barrels from our strategic reserves from not just going to China, but also not going to Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Unlike our colleagues, Mr. Chairman, Democrats are not soft on Russia. We're not soft on Iran. We're not soft on North Korea. And finally, The bill would build on the work in the fiscal year 2023 omnibus bill that this chamber passed last month to give the Department of Energy further flexibility with congressionally mandated sales from the reserve and required the Department of Energy time those sales to maximize revenue back to the American taxpayer. Now, these are all common sense ideas. They should be bipartisan ideas. They're certainly more serious than the bill before us today. And so, unfortunately, it seems that Republicans aren't willing to engage in a serious endeavor like this. They're not willing to hear our dissenting views on this. But in any case, I would ask that this amendment be adopted so we can take a serious look at what needs to be done to address the energy crisis. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I insist on the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the rules of the House because it's not germane to the underlying bill. It fails the test for subject matter and fundamental purpose. The amendment opens up new statutes and topics. Specifically, the amendment would amend Section 3009 of America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018, page 27, line 8, for reference. That statute is not amended by H.R. 21, not even discussed. The amendment would create a new regime of government supply and price controls not at all contemplated in this bill's simple leasing plan. It's totally different in subject matter, totally different in purpose, totally different in the end game. For that purpose, the amendment's not germane, and I would also note that this amendment has been determined to have an impact on direct spending, although CBO has not yet determined the magnitude. So I say the amendment's not germane in so many ways, and look forward to the ruling.
Does any member seek to address the point of order? Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment meets the germaneness requirement of Rule 16, Clause 7. The amendment is germane because the amendment does not introduce a new subject to the text proposed to be amended. The subject of the introduced bill is applying certain requirements to drawdowns from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The subject of the amendment also applies certain requirements to drawdowns. But again, Mr. Chairman, I have to stress that the reason that this amendment is germane is because we are trying on the Democratic side to seriously address the energy crisis and the energy future of this country. The Republicans are not doing that. They're simply using political points and trying to prevent the use of the reserve to actually help reduce the cost of gasoline at the pump. But with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on the point of order? Seeing none, the chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from South Carolina makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey is not germane. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment addresses sundry additional subject matters, including the home heating oil reserve, state energy transportation plans, and assistance for Western Hemisphere refineries. The chair finds that the amendment goes beyond the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is therefore not germane. The point of order is sustained. Seek recognition.
We're done with it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I know we're closing the debate now on the underlying bill, and I just would like to say one more time, we've been at this, 2 days now, a lot of amendments. I certainly appreciate the fact that we've had an open rule and that members on our side of the aisle have had an opportunity to present amendments and speak. A lot of our new members have had that opportunity. But the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, is that this underlying bill makes no sense. And it is strictly a message, a political message. It's going nowhere. The president has already said that he would veto it and the Senate won't take it up. But the bottom line is that as Democrats, what we're trying to do is address affordability issues for the American public in the context of gasoline prices. We know as prices went up that we should use every tool in our arsenal to try to bring them down. And that's what President Biden did. He decided to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to provide more supply and bring down prices. And it succeeded in doing that. His actions did that. From the price in June at a high, it went down about $1.69 per gallon. Why would the Republicans want to deny the president, not just President Biden, but any president, that opportunity? We're just trying to address the concerns that the American people have. We did it on drug prices by saying we're going to negotiate drug prices. We did it on insulin by saying we wanted to cap it at $35 a month. The Democrats are constantly trying to address these affordability issues, many of which result from the COVID crisis. And so the bottom line is, I don't understand why the Republicans would suggest that the president not be able to do that. They talk over and over again about how it's necessary to lease more public lands at a time when over half the leases that are out there are already not being used by the oil companies because the oil companies don't want more oil. They don't want more supply. They want to keep the price down. If there's more supply and more pumping of oil domestically or internationally, they lose those huge profits that they've made in the last few years. So please, don't hamstrung this administration. Let us use the reserve in part to try to bring prices down, and let the president continue to have that option. And with that, I would urge opposition to H.R. 21 and urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the
Gentlemen
same.
will suspend. There is no amendment
Move to
before
strike
the
last word,
House.
sorry. Yeah. Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. Got a little ahead of myself there. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Members of Congress standing on this floor talking about buy low, sell high. I look back to 2 Congresses ago during the Trump administration. Republicans stood on this floor and offered this very thing, to allow the President of the United States to buy a commodity, oil, at the lowest price possible so they will replenish the SPR. Thank y'all for acknowledging that fact. But unfortunately, oil isn't cheap right now. You're not going to be able to buy oil very low unless we change the policies of this country and start producing American energy. Increase supply to meet demand, lowers prices. It's pretty simple economics 101. The answer to our energy security is not reflexive Democrat big government price controls, which will restrict energy resource development and supply, drive up energy costs, which we're seeing, adding to the current inflation rate, which is over 6%. GDP numbers came out today. Very slow growth in this nation. We have a solution. Produce American energy. Fuel the economy. Help your constituents. Lower transportation fuels, lower energy costs at their home through American energy resources. Price controls always end with gas lines and fuel shortages. Truckers stuck this year on the side of the interstate for days because diesel fuel shortages. I talked about that earlier. Consumer prices are through the roof. Anything transported by 18-wheeler is going to be more on the consumer shelf because the price of diesel fuel is passed on to the consumer and the prices. It's how the economy works. Cargo ships, planes, everybody's paying more for fuel. That will result in higher prices, inflation, as a direct result of the Biden administration's policies to end American energy production and ultimately American energy dominance. The U.S. is the #1 oil and gas producer in the world, and we have the resources here to produce millions more barrels a day. H.R. 21 is about restoring U.S. leadership in the world in the realm of energy production. It's about reducing political interference in markets and unleashing the benefits of free and open markets and encourage innovators to invest and take risk, and end our dependence on OPEC to demand and set price controls for a global market. The shale revolution just didn't happen in countries with price and supply controls. It happened because of innovation, in this country. It happened in America, where we encourage entrepreneurial spirit instead of a top-down, government-controlled economy. It's estimated that shale revolution saved U.S. consumers $203 billion annually. That equates to about $2,500 per family. Guess what? Because of the Biden administration policies, those same constituents of ours are paying about $2,500 more per year in cost. Not just energy costs, but inflationary costs all across the spectrum. It also lowered energy-related greenhouse gas emissions by an estimated 527 million metric tons per year because of natural gas. If we want to alleviate the burden of record-high energy prices on the American people, the American families, Democrats should reverse the regulatory death grip on the policies that they have on the oil and gas industry. I got a solution. Build more pipelines in this country, and let's get the resources where they're needed, in our states and in our communities, in our homes. Rather than destroy the SBR by turning it into a political tool, as we saw the Biden administration do, let's unleash American energy production and become American energy dominant once again. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 84 by Ms. Lee of California, Amendment number 76 by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, Amendment number 75 by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, Amendment number 131 by Mr. Schneider of Illinois, Amendment number 59 by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island, Amendment number 58 by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island, Amendment number 74 by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Amendment number 72 by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Amendment number 73 by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Amendment number 35 by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Amendment number 36 by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Amendment number 70 by Ms. Ross of North Carolina, Amendment number 66 by Mr. Caston of Illinois, Amendment number 67 by Mr. Caston of Illinois, Amendment number 68 by Mr. Caston of Illinois, Amendment number 27 by Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Amendment 60 by Ms. Skolton of Michigan, Amendment number 25 by Ms. Lee of Nevada, Amendment number 45 by Ms. Porter of California, Amendment number 63 by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico, Amendment number 64 by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico, Amendment number 135 by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, Amendment number 81 by Mr. Takano of California, Amendment number 4 by Mr. Castro of Texas, Amendment number 24 by Ms. Berrigan of California, Amendment number 43 by Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands, Amendment number 79 by Ms. Perez of Washington, Amendment number 92 by Mr. Bowman of New York, Amendment number 145 by Mr. Gahalva of Arizona, Amendment number 46 by Mr. Jackson of North Carolina, Amendment number 61 by Mr. Liu of California, and Amendment number 77 by Mr. Nickel of North Carolina. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote of this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 84, offered by the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 84, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Lee of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 223. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 76 offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Payne of New Jersey.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Seconds. 30 seconds. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? Have all members voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 217. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment 15 offered by the woman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida.
A sufficient number, a recorded vote has been requested. Those in support for the request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute. All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 215. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 131 offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 131, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members are advised this will be an electronic vote. 2 minutes. all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 215. The amendment is not agreed to. This is. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 59 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 222. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 58 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. minute. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 220. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 74 offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 171, the nays are 256. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 72 offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 193, the nays are 228. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is request for a recorded vote on amendment number 73 offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members are advised to vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? To change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 229. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 35 offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members are advised to record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 224. The amendment is not agreed to. Unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 36, offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 220. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 70, offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ross of North Carolina.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 218. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 66, offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Record, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 231. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 67, offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 195, the nays are 229. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 68 offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Casson of Illinois.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 191, the nays are 237. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 27 offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina.
Recorded votes being requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206 and nays are 220. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 60 offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Colton, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Colton of Michigan.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. It's a 2-minute vote. Remaining 1 minute remaining. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Who wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 221. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25 offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mrs. Lee of Nevada.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 221. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 45 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 173, the nays 256. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 63 offered by the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Recorded votes have been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded votes ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds remaining. If all members voted, the city member wants to change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 224. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on the amendment number 64 offered by the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Recorded votes have been requested. Those in support of request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded votes ordered. Member record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 187, the nays are 240, the amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 135 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 135, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic devices. It's a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. Yes. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Have all members voted? Will it get to the well and vote? Let's go. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 217. This amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 81 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Cano, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 81, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Chicano of California.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded votes ordered. The members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Members are advised to remain in the chamber and near a voting machine. all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 221. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 4 offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Remaining, 1 minute remaining. Seconds remaining. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Have all members voted? Members are advised to remain in the chamber and ready to vote. On this vote, the yeas are 197, the nays are 230. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 24 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Berrigan of California.
A request for a recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. 1 minute remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 219. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 43 offered by the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Plaskett, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Number 43, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. The members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Have all members voted? Members are advised to remain in the chamber and ready to vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 221, and the amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 79 offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 79, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Perez of Washington.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. voted? If all members voted, does any member need to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 219. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 92, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Bowman of New York.
Recorded votes have been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute. Thirty seconds remaining. All members voted. If all members voted, does any member need to change their vote? All members voted. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays are 229. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 145, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gravola, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 145, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote's ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. remaining. 1 minute remaining. seconds remaining, 30 seconds. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? All members voted. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 218. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 46, offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Jackson of North Carolina.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic devices. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. 1 minute. Seconds remaining. 30 seconds. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Any member need to change their vote? Yeas to this vote 210, the nays are 220. The amendment's not agreed to. Unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 61, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Liu of California.
Recorded votes been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded votes ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? On this vote,
Yeas are 198, the nays are 229. The amendment's not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 77 offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 77, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Nickel of North Carolina.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute remaining. 1 minute. Remaining 30 seconds.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 222. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 21, and pursuant to House Resolution 5, I report this bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration Bill H.R. 21 and pursuant to House Resolution 5 reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted by the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. In a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the Chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on engrossment of third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for the development of a plan to increase oil and gas production under oil and gas leases of federal lands under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Energy, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Secretary of Defense, in conjunction with a drawdown of petroleum reserves from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What's the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition for? Gentlewoman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
30 seconds remaining. Lawmakers voted. See if people get to change their vote. On this vote.
The yeas are 221, the nays are 205. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion to lay on table. The motion to reconsider is laid on table. Are we swapping out?
For what purpose? I'm just going to round. This is the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections to the engrossment of H.R. 21 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the assertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H.Res. 67 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 68, resolution providing amounts for the expenses of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion is reconsidered is laid on the table.
House will be in order.
Okay. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to pay tribute to those who lost their lives in my congressional district in the community of Half Moon Bay on Monday of this week.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 lives, my colleagues, 7 precious lives. Farm workers in a community that is as all-American as can be. About 11,000 people. It's a bucolic community on the magnificent California coastside. It is known for its pumpkin festival. It's known for its maverick and competition in terms of surfers. But it also, for over a century, has been known for its floriculture and its agriculture. And so it was on Monday that one individual went to a nursery, actually where he worked. He knew exactly who he was pursuing. It was intentional, it was targeted, it was execution. And children witnessed this. Children witnessed it. He left that site, drove about 1.5 miles to Highway 1, which is the scenic highway with the magnificent Pacific Ocean on one side, the community the other, to another nursery, and murdered 3 others. The first 3 weeks of this new year, 39 mass shootings in the United States of America. We always come to the floor, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. My thoughts are I don't think we're safe anywhere anymore. Churches, schools, community centers, now at nurseries where agricultural workers work, dance rooms, restaurants, schools. I believe, sincerely, number one, in prayer. And so my prayer today is that there will be a collective examination of conscience in the Congress, because we have a responsibility in this. We all do, regardless of party. This is a matter of conscience. It's a moral issue. When the number one cause of death of children in our nation is from gun violence, we have to stop and examine our conscience. We say, home of the brave, land of the free. My prayer today is that we will be the home of the safe. Can you read the names? Want to read the names? Want to read the names? Mike, you can start. Yeah, go the other way. The other way.
Do you know the names?
That way so it's facing her, but not him.
Just show it. There you go.
Thank you, Norma. These are those that whose lives were taken on Monday. Zishan Liu, 73 years old. Axiang Zhang, 74 years old. Kishong Cheng, 66 years old. Jingzhi Liu, 64 years old. Marciano Martinez Jimenez, 50 years old. Yateo Bing, 43 years old. Jose Romero Perez, 38 years old. God rest them. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
How many times?
Let's start with the chair lays before the House of Communication. The chair lays before the House of Communication.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to 22 United States Code 7002, I am pleased to appoint the following member to the United States-China Economic and Security Review Commission. On behalf of the Speaker, Mr. Jacob S. Hellberg of Miami Beach, Florida. As previously agreed, because of the change in Congress and the presumed statutory intent of the Commission, I am appointing Mr. Hellberg on behalf of the Speaker. As such, I am pleased to make this appointment. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Sections 5580 and 5581 of the revised statutes, 20 U.S.C. 42 through 43, and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following member on part of the House to the Board of Regents of the Smithsonian Institute.
Dewey of California.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman from Missouri is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a voice for the farmers and ranchers of Missouri's 4th Congressional District and really our nation. I promise to listen to their concerns, their needs, and find real solutions and serve their voice here in Congress. Well, today I am proud to stand before you as I introduce our very first bill, Amplifying Processing of Livestock in the United States Act. We call it the A+ Act. This is our first bill, and as a member of the House Agriculture Committee, I am dedicated to finding common sense solutions for our farmers and ranchers whom I represent. Well, the good people of Missouri have asked that we introduce this legislation which releases the livestock industry from unnecessary and decades-old regulations. The A+ Act increases packer competition for livestock and meat processing capacity at the local level. It fixes local supply chain issues, and it supports small businesses. I am committed to our farmers and our ranchers and will always, always serve their voice here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to criticize the Strategic Production Response Act. This bill is a direct attack on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and threatens our country's economic and national security. The reserve was created in 1975 to protect Americans from another oil embargo and create stability in our economy. And it was created by a Republican president, Gerald Ford. Now Republicans want to connect oil releases from the reserve to dangerous oil drilling on federal lands. The release of oil from the reserve helped lower gas prices by almost $2 after the Russians invaded Ukraine. It helped working Americans put food on the table and pay their rent during that time. But Republicans want to punish the middle-class Americans with higher gas prices and ruin the environment in the process. It is a disgraceful bill, and they should be ashamed to even introduce it. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge that the 27th of January marks the anniversary of the Auschwitz concentration camp being liberated by the Red Army in 1945. Let this day serve as a reminder that we must honor the victims and survivors. We must also pay tribute to the liberators who rescued millions of people who nearly fell victim to the Holocaust. In fact, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the grandmother of one of my DC staffers who is a 93-year-old survivor of Auschwitz and is also one of the few survivors of her family who was tragically lost at the hands of Nazi murderers. Anti-Semitism is a plague in this nation, and it is undoubtedly up to us to ensure this kind of tragedy is never to be seen again. This is a tribute to aging survivors and the Jewish community. We must guarantee access to the services they need to live long and dignified lives. This day and every day, we give credence to the dark side of humanity, but strive for a better, brighter future. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, to recognize be able to make a speech for 1 minute and be
With
able to revise and amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn Azerbaijan's ongoing blockade of the Lachen corridor. For more than 6 weeks, under the guise of an environmental protest, Azerbaijan has conducted a blockade of the Lachen corridor, the only road connecting Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia. The blockade has left thousands of people without access to critical medical supplies, food, and essential goods. This is needless and malicious and is part of a larger pattern of violence by the Azerbaijani regime against the people of Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. I urge the administration to use every tool at its disposal to ensure that the safety of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh and put an end to the needless and violent blockade. We must provide direct humanitarian assistance through this administration and every member of Congress so that we can help the people who are suffering through this atrocity. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the heroic Brantley County first responders. In early January, there were several drug overdoses on the west end of the county. Thanks to the hard work and the expertise of the Brantley County paramedics, EMTs, deputies, dispatchers, and many others, multiple people were saved. To honor them for their outstanding work, I would like to name everyone involved: Brantley EMS, Chad Hester, Dale Jewell, Kim Carter, and David Ferrier. Brantley County 911 operator Devani Cady. Brantley County deputies Vanessa Wilson and Christopher Egerton. Lastly, Deputy Ralph McCormick and Detention Officer James Leston Jacobs. Because of the heroic acts of this selfless group, many lives have been saved. You all deserve a hero's welcome and celebration. On behalf of myself, the 1st Congressional District of Georgia, and the nation, thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
That's better. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to defend women's access to medication abortion. In the wake of the Dobbs decision, the Justice Department reaffirmed that states cannot ban the abortion pill, which now accounts for a majority of abortions nationwide. Medication abortion is safe and effective. It is health care. However, in North Carolina, women face unnecessary limitations that not only allow treatment to be delayed by 72 hours, but require counseling before medication abortion. This week, a brave physician in North Carolina, Amy Bryant, filed a lawsuit challenging these dangerous restrictions. Let's be clear. Any state that limits physicians' ability to prescribe abortion medication is causing harm to women and creating needless barriers to health care. We cannot give up on the fight for full reproductive autonomy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Together, we must all honor the millions of lives that were lost to the unspeakable atrocities committed by the Nazi regime. The Holocaust claimed the lives of over 6 million Jews and millions of other residents of Europe. It was one of the most horrific genocides to ever occur on our planet, perpetrated by an evil and twisted group of fanatics. The horrific violence and campaign of death that the Nazis waged on all fronts is a stark reminder of the fragility of human life and the importance of defending it. My district, New York's 17th district, is home to one of the largest per capita Jewish populations in the United States. And on this day in particular, my heart and thoughts are with them as we remember those in our own community who've lost loved ones during the Holocaust. We must all recommit ourselves to confronting anti-Semitism wherever it rears its ugly head and continue to work towards a safer and brighter future for all. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to H.R. 21. A top U.S. security priority must be energy independence in perpetuity. We know high oil prices hit working families hard. Last year, the Biden administration rightly released oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and oil prices dropped $1.69 a gallon in my area. Unfortunately, the bill we had debated adds layers of bureaucracy, 4 agencies and departments thick, limiting our progress to stabilize prices. America must have an all-of-the-above energy profile, but here yet is another handout to big oil. It forces the leasing of additional lands to oil companies, while vast amounts of current federally leased land sites are already going unused. Leasing land is not the same as production. H.R. 21 would hamstring our ability to protect people and companies from spiking gasoline prices. I fought hard to save the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when others here have tried to decommission it. American energy security means national independence. We should settle for no less. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request for unanimous consent to address the House floor and to revise and amend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we recognize National School Choice Week, I rise to support educational freedom and efforts to empower our nation's parents to make the educational decisions best for their families. Over the last 2 years, we have seen our school systems and classrooms weaponized, pushing political agendas on our nation's children. These agendas have undermined the core purpose of our school systems, educating our children and preparing them for a successful future. And these biased agendas are nothing more than liberal propaganda forced on our children, and they simply do not belong in the classroom. As the proud parent of 4 school-aged children, I understand how critical it is for parents to direct the education of their children, whether through the public school system, private schools, charter schools, home schools, or otherwise. Each is a vital part of our educational system. As one of the newest members of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, I look forward to restoring the rights of parents to direct their child's education, not the federal government acting in loco parentis. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We often say the words, never forget. Never forget the worst genocide in history, we say. Today, on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we must acknowledge the uncomfortable reality that we as a country are not adequately passing the critical lessons from the Holocaust to the next generations. As a representative of Borough Park in Brooklyn, with the largest population of Holocaust survivors and their families in the country, and as one of only 2 proud American Jews from New York State, this is deeply personal to me and my constituents. We must continue to educate the next generations of Americans to understand the importance of the Holocaust so that it is not lost and that we never forget. I would like to stand here and read the names of my neighbors, those in my community who lost family and other loved ones in the Holocaust, but that list is just far too long. So instead, I ask that each of us take a moment to reflect today, to confront our past, and to acknowledge the work that must be done in the future to make sure that we truly never forget. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to request unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Sometimes the press, when a story goes on for months and months, begins not to pay attention or address things they ought to be addressing. I'm going to address briefly the Ukraine war. It would sure be wonderful if that war ended. There are different estimates as to the number of people killed in that war, but I think all estimates would say put it over 20,000 people. This for countries that, quite frankly, have problems and a shortage of people. It's not frequently commented on, but Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate of any sizable country in the world. Russia also has a low birth rate and has a lot of people immigrating. So I would hope the press or our government would look for somebody, we can't do it, but look for some country, France, Turkey, Israel, someone to broker a peace here before any more people die, and the hatred that inevitably comes with war becomes greater and greater. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the Congressional Youth Caucus, I rise to recognize National Mentoring Month to celebrate the impact of youth mentoring and to ask caring adults across the country to consider becoming mentors as our youth face the overwhelming challenges of our time. 1/3 of young people in the United States don't have a meaningful connection with a responsible adult outside their homes, but such connections can have a powerful positive impact on their economic mobility, mental health, violence prevention, and identity development. I've been a youth mentor since college, and it's incredibly rewarding. I've been honored to participate in and celebrate the personal and professional growth of scores of young people. This week, we welcomed mentors from across the country to Capitol Hill, including visitors from the Philadelphia region who work with Mentor and Big Brother, Big Sisters, and we heard about the work they do to support young people in our communities every day. I urge all adults to consider how they can serve their communities and the next generation by becoming mentors through sport, career exploration, school, or faith-based programs. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor two fallen heroes. Bay St. Louis police officer Sergeant Steve Robin and Officer Brandon Estorff, who were shot and killed in the line of duty this past December. Sergeant Robin served 3 years with the Bay St. Louis Police Department after prior service with the Hancock County Sheriff's Office. Officer Estorff served 2 years with the Bay St. Louis Police Department. During their law enforcement careers, both men received numerous accolades for their dedication to protecting their community. May we remember their selfless commitment, their service, and ultimately their sacrifice. Their families are in our thoughts and prayers of myself, this body, and everyone in Mississippi. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
This past Sunday, we marked the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. I remain outraged by the Supreme Court's decision to rip away the fundamental right to safe and legal abortion. Already, states have implemented abortion bans, leaving women desperate to access reproductive health care. Thankfully, states like Illinois have access still available. In the wake of the Supreme Court's extreme decision, I've heard from women all across central and northwestern Illinois, mothers and grandmothers, who are devastated that their daughters and granddaughters will grow up in a country with fewer rights than they had. I tell them that I will never stop fighting for a world where everyone has the freedom to make their own health care decisions. Uncle Sam has no place in a doctor's office. Finally, to the women in my district and across this great nation, I'm with you, and I will fight for your rights and that your freedoms are protected. Thank you, and I yield back the rest of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since being sworn in as Michigan's 5th Congressional District representative, I've been fortunate to get to know so many great people. From Lake Michigan to Lake Erie, I've been traversing southern Michigan to meet with my constituents and discuss the many issues that are important to them. I've met with Michigan DNR at Warren Dunes State Park to discuss how we can protect the Great Lakes and our natural resources here in Michigan. I've been able to tour several small businesses and manufacturing facilities across the district, meet with law enforcement from Berrien County to Monroe, and have meetings with local leaders in Adrian, Jackson, Marshall, Monroe, New Buffalo, Niles, Stevensville, and Three Rivers. I look forward to continued meetings with my constituents and serving the great people of Michigan's 5th District that celebrate Michigan's 186th birthday this very week. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in remembrance of the Holocaust and the day that we mark to remember it. This is a 1 minute speech, 60 seconds. Lucy Jampoler, Hanka Avin, Christine Winnicke, Andrew Christopher Alexander Jampoler. These are the names of the 4 people in my family who survived the Holocaust. It took me 10 seconds to name them. If I stood here and named every Jew who died in the Holocaust, it would take me 140 days. I wish I had that time. Sylvia Yoma Tarquin, Monica Yoma, Jason Carroll Alexander Jampoler, and Christina Jampoler Houlihan, me. James Yoma, Molly Elise Houlihan, Carolyn Dean Houlihan, Lukasz Jampoler, Lilka Jampoler, and Harper James Yoma. These are the lives that now flourish here because 4 family members survived. It would take me nearly a year to name all of us if I could name everyone who has been produced as a result of the people who survived the Holocaust. Please, let us take the time. Let us never forget. We must never forget. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent, address the House 1 minute, revise the remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in sadness to acknowledge the loss of a local icon and hero, Ernie Reynolds Sr. of Oroville, California. Ernie was born in a very small cabin in the woods in 1930, one of 10 children. Indeed, he knew the value of hard work and faith. He left the home at the age of 12, and at only 16, he wanted to join the military, so he embellished his age and signed up for the Coast Guard. He went on to eventually serve the Merchant Marines during the Korean War and sailed around the world 7 times. After his service, Ernie and his wife Sally settled in downtown Oroville. There he founded A1 Masonry, which went on to build many local projects, including the brickwork on the banks of the river, the historic Eagles Hall, a sporting goods store, the Chinese Temple, and McDonald's, among many others. He knew the value of service, serving on several local boards and districts to make his community better. He was a local hero. One day in 1972, he was testifying at a trial in the downtown courthouse, and a gunman walked in, shot the judge, killed an attorney. Ernie managed to wrestle this guy down and disarm him. For his courage, Ernie was awarded a Certificate of Valor from the state attorney general. Ernie raised a strong family who also knew the value of hard work and faith in their community, their Christian faith. Ernie was preceded in death by his wife, Sally, after 72 years. He still has a beautiful, strong family that are going strong in Oroville, California. Ernie is the man to come see and visit, whether it's about politics or just spend time in his living room or out on his front porch. We're going to miss him. What a true hero and icon in our community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life of Henry Berg Brousseau. Henry was a fighter. He was deeply passionate about LGBTQ plus issues and dedicated to making a difference for everyone. Henry was my intern in the Kentucky State Senate and helped kill a discriminatory bathroom bill. He went on to study politics at GW and work at HRC, where he continued his fierce advocacy work. Losing Henry is a stark reminder that extremist efforts to erase trans people from society have real-life consequences. More than 80% of transgender individuals experience suicidal ideations, and nearly half have attempted suicide. Anti-trans rhetoric must stop. No more families should experience this pain. We now have the 988 crisis line to call or text when experiencing a mental health crisis. Use it. Henry was a smart, kind, and passionate person. He made the world a better place. I'll close by echoing the words of Henry's mother, Karen, my colleague in the Kentucky State Senate. Practice tolerance and grace, and love your neighbor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the first time as the proud representative of Illinois' 13th Congressional District. For those of you that don't know me yet, I'm Nikki Budzinski, and I'm honored to serve the people of Central and Southern Illinois. I'm a trade unionist who came to Congress because too many Americans work hard every day and still find themselves struggling to make ends meet. I'm here to work across the aisle on common sense solutions for working families in the heartland. This week, I was appointed to serve on the House Agriculture Committee and the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, two places where bipartisanship is still very much alive. I'm ready to get to work on the Farm Bill that supports Illinois agriculture and the family farmers who keep our communities fed and our cars fueled. I'm eager to advocate for the heroes who put their lives on the line to protect our families and our future. And I look forward to bringing voices from all of our communities to Congress as we tackle the most important issues facing our country. Thank you for trusting me to represent you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because our nation continues to have blood on its hands. This week, we once again bore witness to the senseless murder of dozens of innocent people, where in states like California experienced 3 mass shootings in just 44 hours. How many more sisters, brothers, siblings, parents, grandparents, and loved ones have to be senselessly shot and killed? That doesn't sound like freedom to me. Our people deserve the freedom to live without the fear of gun violence, the freedom to go to the grocery store, to school, and to live life for God's sakes. When will we stop valuing guns more than human life? Can anyone in this chamber look a parent in the eyes who just lost a child due to gun violence and tell them that their child isn't worth meaningful action? Because I won't. And yet, here we are today. Another shooting, another day, and another community devastated due to senseless gun violence. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today gravely concerned about the passage of H.R. 21. Texas hardworking families sent me to Washington to represent them in good faith. And dozens of them fear the passage of this bill. My constituents are working every single day to make ends meet and took time out of their day to share their fears of this bill becoming law. Why? Because this Republican bill will raise costs on working families across the country. When Hurricane Gustav hit my home state of Texas, key energy supplies went offline, and we relied on the quick response from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to avoid catastrophe. The SPR has been used countless times to keep the lights on during emergencies. HR 21 will make it impossible for our government to quickly respond to emergencies, leaving Americans abandoned in the dark when they most need lights. After going a week without electing a speaker, I think Congress should get its own house in order before trying to claim the powers of the president or interfere with the energy market. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over 65 million Americans rely on Social Security. They shouldn't have to choose between essentials like medication, food, or housing. That's why it's our job to expand and shore up Social Security and not gut it. Cutting these programs hurts the poorest and most vulnerable among us. We must support seniors to age with dignity. We must ensure that Americans with disabilities receive the security they depend on. Social Security is an essential tool that lifts up 9 million American women out of poverty. 2/3 of my home state, Vermont, middle-aged and older. We need to expand the infrastructure and funding to fully support them in their retirement. We owe them this. I want Vermonters and all Americans to know I will not stop fighting to protect your hard-earned benefits. I yield back.
Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And today I would like to thank the Speaker of the House, Speaker McCarthy, and the leadership on the Republican side, as well as Minority Leader Jeffries and the leadership on the Democratic side, for affording me this opportunity to be heard. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today because there are moments in time that impact the rest of time. January 27th of 1945 was such a time. January 27th, 1945. It is said that there are days that will live in infamy. This has to be at the top of the list of such days, because today we will commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day because of an event that took place on January 27th, 1945. Please allow me to share with you, Mr. Speaker, some information that I have from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial. On January 27, 1945, the Soviet Army entered Auschwitz and liberated more than 7,000 remaining prisoners who were mostly ill and dying. It is estimated, Mr. Speaker, that at minimum 1.3 million people were deported to Auschwitz between 1940 and 1945. And of these, at least 1.1 million people were murdered. One person who survived, whose name I shall not reveal, but is available to me for those who might want to make a further inquiry, indicated, quote, "So I was hiding out in the heap of dead bodies because in the last week, when the crematoria didn't function at all, the bodies were just building up higher and higher." Another person indicated, and they said, From now on, you do not answer your name. Your name is your number. And the delusion, the disappointment, the discouragement that I felt like I was not a human person anymore. This is what happened to people at Auschwitz, human beings, reduced to numbers, sentenced to death, innocent people. Another article from the Holocaust Memorial. This one indicates, and this is the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust in the UK, indicates that 27 January 1945, liberation of Auschwitz and Birkenau. On 27 January 1945, Soviet soldiers liberated Auschwitz, Birkenau, the largest Nazi concentration and extermination camp. Many people focus on the concentration aspect of what happened there, and we should. But the horrific occurrence included extermination. This means, in everyday language, the murder of innocent people. This article goes on to indicate when Soviet soldiers arrived, they found several thousand emaciated survivors and the smoldering remains of gas chambers and crematoria after the Nazi had attempted to destroy evidence of their crimes. An article from History.com indicates this day in history, January 27, 1945, Auschwitz is liberated. On January 27, 1945, Soviet troops entered Auschwitz, Poland, freeing the survivors of the network of concentration camps and finally revealing to the world the depth of the horrors perpetrated there. Auschwitz was really a group of camps designated 1, 2, and 3. There were also 40 smaller satellite camps. This was a commercial operation, as it were, wherein there was a systemic means by which persons were being put to death. These are my words. Continuing with the words from the article, it was at Auschwitz, too, that Birkenau, established in October 1941, that the SS created a complex, monstrously orchestrated killing ground. 300 prison barracks, 4 bathhouses in which prisoners were gassed, corpse cellars, and cremating ovens. It seems that, stepping aside for a moment, it seems that it is difficult for some people to believe what actually occurred. It is so horrific that some human minds refuse to accept what occurred. Now, there may be others who, for reasons associated with malice aforethought, who have just decided they won't agree. But there are many people who just cannot, with their human mind, conceive of such a thing happening. I want to comment on something that I saw this morning on television and compliment Joe of Morning Joe. He went to Auschwitz, and he was reporting from Auschwitz. And I want to compliment him because too often we don't allow the actual place where these things occurred, the venue, to be properly exposed to the public. I thank him for going there because he has inspired me to believe that this is a place that I have to add to my bucket list. I want to go and see for myself the facility that facilitated with the hands of evil persons the murder of millions of people. I want to see what actually happened in those facilities, actually see the facilities where these horrors occurred. 300 prison barracks, 4 bathhouses in which prisoners were gassed. Thousands of prisoners were also used for medical experiments. I have been to Yad Vashem in Israel. It breaks your heart. For people, many of us, it is impossible to go there and not have tears well in your eyes. It is impossible to see the depictions of persons who were used as human guinea pigs, experimented on. It's impossible to see the horrors depicted and not leave feeling the sorrow and the hurt and the pain associated with knowing that human beings were tortured and experimented upon. Thousands of prisoners, continuing, were used for medical experiments overseen and performed by the camp doctor, Joseph Mengele, also known as the Angel of Death. In anticipation of the Soviet arrival, SS officers began a murder spree. A murder spree in the camps, shooting sick prisoners in their efforts to destroy the evidence. No more ovens if they couldn't get to them. Just take your weapon and kill. Kill sick people. Just kill to destroy the living evidence of the horrors and evils that were being perpetrated. Shooting sick prisoners and blowing up crematoria in a desperate attempt to destroy the evidence of their crimes. When the Red Army finally broke through, Soviet soldiers encountered 648 corpses and more than 7,000 starving camp survivors. There were also 6 storehouses filled with hundreds of thousands of women's dresses, men's suits, and shoes that Germans did not have time to burn. They valued the clothing. They valued the paraphernalia more than they valued the lives of the people. They saved the material things and destroyed the human beings. What kind of people were they? Evil is not a sufficient label for persons who would do such dastardly things. Mr. Speaker, in the United States, days of remembrance for victims of the Holocaust were formalized when President Carter signed the establishing resolution. The days of remembrance will occur in April. President Carter signed the resolution. The resolution reads, the resolution was signed for April the 28th and April the 29th. It passed the House on April 17th of 1978, passed the Senate on April 25th of 1978, and the President Carter, signed the resolution on September the 18th of 1978. The Holocaust Remembrance Day resolution designating April the 28th and 29th of 1979 as days of remembrance of victims of the Holocaust. Here are words from the resolution. Whereas 6 million Jews and millions of other people were murdered in concentration camps as part of a program of extermination carried out by the Nazi Party during World War II. Whereas people of the United States should recognize, this is what the resolution says, I would add, people of the world should recognize that all acts of bigotry are rooted in the cruelty of spirit and callousness that led the Nazi to commit atrocities against millions of people and should dedicate themselves to the principle of human equality. Speaking aside for a moment, the world should recognize, not just the United States, but the world, that those who tolerate bigotry perpetuate bigotry. The acceptance of bigotry, the toleration of bigotry is the perpetuation of bigotry. And we should all devote ourselves to the principle of human equality. This is from our resolution, the dedication and devotion of ourselves to human equality. I'm proud of the House of Representatives for passing this resolution. It continues. Whereas the people of the United States should recognize that tyranny creates the political atmosphere in which bigotry flourishes and should be vigilant to detect and ready to resist the tyrannical exercise of power. Let me step aside for a moment and remind us that not only should we resist the tyrannical exercise of power, we should also resist the voices that verbalize power. We should resist those who would march through the streets of an American city carrying torches, shouting, "Jews will not replace us." Our failure to resist and to announce, state without question, without hesitation or reservation, that such persons are persons who are perpetuating bigotry and hatred, the kind of bigotry and hatred that can lead to the death of people. Our failure to do so is a means by which our inaction causes the perpetuation of bigotry and violence. Inaction is unacceptable. Every person has a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to speak up and speak out against such demonstrations by people in this country. The unfortunate circumstance is that in this country, there is at least one person who would proclaim that among those who were screaming, "Jews will not replace us," there is at least one person who found some very nice people to be among the ranks of those who would say such a thing. Whereas on April 28th and 29th of 1945, the armed forces of the United States liberated surviving victims of Nazi internment in the concentration camp in Dachau, Germany, and revealed to the world evidence of a tragic human holocaust that must never be forgotten. To never forget is to do more than recite what happened. To never forget requires that we also denounce those who would do dastardly deeds today. It's good for us to say that those who perpetrated deeds in the past should not be forgotten. But we must also denounce those who would perpetrate such dastardly deeds today. And these deeds include statements that some people see as harmless. What they see as just name calling. When you call a person a name who happens to be of a certain ancestry, Coco, Chow, that's just name calling to some people. But when it comes from a person who has held the highest office in the land, it's more than name calling. It gives some people a belief that people of a certain ethnicity, of a certain ancestry, that they are not as worthy of human life as others. We have a responsibility to call out these things. We cannot allow this kind of name calling, which can eventually conclude in the loss of life, to go unchecked. We have to check it. I'm here today to check it. Ours is a great country. I love my country. I salute the flag. I say the Pledge of Allegiance. I sing the national anthem. I stand. I place my hand over my heart. I love my country. But that doesn't mean that I won't criticize those who would do things that would cause harm to others within the country. It also doesn't mean that I won't defend those who choose not to salute the flag, who choose not to say the Pledge of Allegiance or sing the national anthem. That is a right that they have in this country. But we also have to recognize that all of us, we have to denounce people who say things, who use words that, according to Emily Dickinson, when she indicated to us, a word is dead when it is said, some say, I say it just begins to live that day. Those who give life to these words that can cause some people to harm other people. Whereas the Nazi concentration camp in Dachau, Germany, is not only a shocking symbol of Nazi brutality and destruction, but also a symbol of danger inherent in tyranny. The pernicious quality of bigotry and the human capacity to be cruel. Therefore, now, be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America, the states of America in Congress assembled that April 28th and 29th of 1979 are designated as days of remembrance of victims of the Holocaust. And the President is authorized and requested to issue a proclamation calling upon the people of the United States to observe such days with appropriate ceremonies and activities, approved September 18th, 1978. Today, we commemorate the liberation of Auschwitz. Later on, we will commemorate these days of remembrance. But friends, I have lived long enough now to know that if we fail to remember the Holocaust, a great human tragedy, a crime against humanity unlike any other. There is no other crime against humanity that can be compared to the Holocaust. just as there's no other crime against humanity that can be compared to slavery. But if we fail to remember the crimes against humanity committed in Auschwitz, I believe, unfortunately, that humankind is capable of repeating the horrors of the Holocaust. It is our eternal vigilance that will prevent this from ever occurring again. And our failure to be vigilant will create days that the human mind cannot conceive of occurring again. So I am here today as a member of Congress to make sure that my record reflects that I will not forget, that I will stand with my Jewish brothers and sisters against all who would claim that the Holocaust never occurred, against all who would proclaim that Jewish people have done things that would merit this kind of horrific behavior. I stand with them. They are my brothers and sisters. Their lives are important to me, and the lives that were lost are important to me. I want my record to reflect that when I had the opportunity as a member of Congress to stand before the world and take a stand, Mr. Speaker, I want my record to reflect that I took a stand against the evils that took place at Auschwitz and the evils of the Holocaust. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
I say it again.
Mr. Speaker, during my special order today, my colleagues and I will express grave concerns about the impact that our service members and their families are facing as a result of the Defense Health Agency's decision to proceed with Express Scripts Pharmacy Network contract. We're going to address how TRICARE beneficiaries are no longer guaranteed access to their medication at their local pharmacy of choice. This decision by Express Scripts has severely impacted those who serve or have served our country honorably by reducing patients' access to quality health care. We continue to hear from pharmacists and patients across the country who are expressing concerns about these changes. Let's keep in mind that Express Scripts is currently under federal investigation by the Federal Trade Commission for their role in increasing prescription drug costs and unfair and deceptive practices towards pharmacies. Service members and their families who rely on their local pharmacists for critical care, such as cancer treatments or knowledge of their medical history, are now forced to seek that treatment elsewhere. It is our responsibility to ensure that their access to affordable, quality health care is not hindered. The Biden administration has tools at their disposal to stop this, but instead they're turning a blind eye. Express Scripts, Inc., a pharmacy benefit manager, PBM, for the TRICARE program, while serving as a mail order and specialty pharmacy itself, made the pocket-lining move of reducing the number of TRICARE's in-network pharmacies by almost 15,000 last October. Luckily, there are some businesses like Epic Pharmacy Network in my district that decided to continue filling these prescriptions despite the loss. On top of that, Kroger has announced that their pharmacies will no longer be able to serve TRICARE beneficiaries. As a result, hundreds of thousands of men and women of the United States Armed Forces, military retirees, and their families are at risk of losing access to necessary prescription drugs and treatment. Since that date, beneficiaries in rural communities have been left with no local options to fulfilling their prescriptions. Look, I used to own and operate a local pharmacy. In fact, I used to own and operate 3 local pharmacies. I understand that no matter how badly we want to help people, at the end of the day, you're running a business, and that business needs to be profitable so that it can keep its doors open. The sudden and the wrongful reduction goes far beyond simply reducing access to care for TRICARE beneficiaries. For those who need specialty medicines, the mail-order pharmacy used by Express Scripts threatens the medical integrity of the medicine and places the beneficiary at risk of receiving the medications late, damaged, or missing. Of greater concern, it eliminates the crucial role pharmacists play in protecting beneficiaries' health, especially those requiring multiple medications, where contraindications are always a concern. Overall, these pharmacy network changes will put service members and their families at risk in receiving the prescription drugs and treatments they need. These brave men and women dedicated their lives to defending our freedoms. And one of the things we promised them when they signed up is quality health care while they served and when they retired from the military as well. We're repaying them with a health care system that profits off of sick military personnel, family members, and retirees. Luckily, there are some businesses like Epic Pharmacy Network in my district that decided to continue filling these prescriptions despite the loss. I applaud that decision, but they never should have been put in this position to begin with. It's a pain for pharmacies, but it's detrimental to our military service members and their families. These brave men and women dedicated their lives to defending our freedoms. We're repaying them with a healthcare system that puts profits ahead of people. I brought this attention to the Defense Health Agency back in October to discuss how we could restore local pharmacy access to these patients. As a pharmacist myself, whose congressional district is home to every single branch of the military and a large veteran community, I was dumbfounded by their response. No one cares about losing access to their local pharmacy? You've got to be kidding me. It's one thing to make that claim to me. It's another to make it to the nearly 800 men and women who sent me their personal story detailing how losing access to their medicine is impacting their health and their well-being. Hunter, a service member from South Carolina, saw the cost of his prescription go up by almost 600% after Express Scripts made changes to the TRICARE pharmacy program. Is this how we want to treat our heroes who have given everything for our country? By increasing the cost of their medication by 600%? Seriously. Or Jacqueline, who says this move has made the difference between stopping to get medicine on the way home or going an additional hour or more to the nearest base pharmacy before going home. For patients like James, a retired Air Force veteran, this move was more than just a frustration. It was a direct attempt to undermine small business. Why would the federal government choose large chains over supporting small businesses, he asked. In my neighborhood store, I'm not just a number. The service I receive is far better than the big box pharmacies. Once again, the large companies are trying to squeeze out the little ones. When will the federal government stop supporting this? It's time for the Biden administration to answer James' question, or at a minimum, the questions posed by a bipartisan coalition of legislators in the 2 letters I've led to the DHA on this issue. I'm mailing these stories to the White House because service members and their families shouldn't be cut out of their own health care decisions. I look forward to hearing from my Republican and Democratic colleagues about these issues. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I want to yield to a fellow pharmacist and a member of Congress, Representative Diana Harshbarger, who represents the 1st Congressional District of Tennessee, so she can share her thoughts on this subject as well.
Thank you, my friend Buddy Carter from Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because our veterans deserve better. Our active duty service members and veterans chose to serve this great nation, knowing it would take unimaginable sacrifice and precious time away from their loved ones. Many of them left their lives behind and were taken to far corners of the world to face enemies of democracy. They did this for us, for our freedom, for our ability to stand here today without fear of persecution. This is a sacrifice we should all feel indebted to, including those people at Express Scripts. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the company, it's a Cigna-owned pharmacy benefit manager known as a PBM that administers the TRICARE benefits on behalf of the Department of Defense. Last year, the Department of Defense allowed this PBM, and this was suddenly and without warning, to institute pharmacy network changes that impacted 400,000 TRICARE beneficiaries by removing almost 15,000 independent community pharmacies from the retail network. Most people in this country live 5 minutes from a pharmacy. They have immediate access to a pharmacist. They don't have to make an appointment, and they can go in and talk to that professional. Most of those pharmacies are now excluded. They're located in rural and underserved areas. They're no longer able to rely upon their local pharmacy to access needed medications and in-person pharmacist counseling. These TRICARE beneficiaries and their families are being forced to drive sometimes long distances to find a corporate in-network pharmacy, or if they can't do that, they're funneled into an Express Scripts mail order program, and that's unacceptable. This abrupt change by PBM giant Express Scripts is especially problematic for a small group of TRICARE beneficiaries who are chronically ill, that have a disability and receive infusion medications in their homes. It will almost certainly delay care for those patients with chronic conditions such as rheumatoid arthritis, heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. And by the way, I'm talking to oncology groups now that absolutely are tracking that these patients do not get their medicine in time, go without their cancer drugs, and it causes an immediate response and a degradation of their health based on the cancer that they have. The department's decision to carry on with this contract, despite the grave impacts we all knew would impact our veterans and service members, is reprehensible. Veterans and active duty service members and their families are losing access to quality care, and those with cancer and rare diseases are often being faced with the impossible choice of switching to a new pharmacy that may be far, far away, or paying out of pocket to stay with the pharmacy they've come to know and trust. America made a promise to our veterans. We promised to take care for those who have risked their lives to defend us. Leaving our heroes in jeopardy to line the pockets of a multi-billion-dollar PBM is inexcusable. As a licensed pharmacist for over 30 years, I know how much a community leans on their trusted independent pharmacist, and especially in rural areas like I serve and like Buddy serves. It's true that pharmacists are still one of the most accessible healthcare providers in the United States. Trusting the pharmacist dispensing one's medicines has a very real impact on health outcomes and costs for the patients. I want to thank Congressman Buddy Carter for his leadership on this important issue. And Buddy and I were both pharmacists in our former careers, and we're still pharmacists. And we know firsthand just how much this policy will hurt health outcomes. Our veterans and active duty service members deserve to trust that they can access the medication that they rely on, and they deserve to have strong advocates against these greedy PBMs. They deserve all our thanks and more. They deserve so much better. The Department of Defense must reverse this grave injustice, and I won't stop fighting until our heroes get what they've earned and what they are owed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I thank Representative Harshbarger for her insightful comments. We're very fortunate to have her in Congress and very fortunate to have her representing the profession of pharmacy. And as she indicated, she understands firsthand the impact that this is having on patients. After all, she was on the other side of the counter for many years, just like I was. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the gentleman from the great state of Colorado, Representative Doug Lamborn, and allow him as much time as he shall consume.
Discuss the need for TRICARE beneficiaries to have access to quality health care. And I want to thank Mr. Buddy Carter, my friend from Georgia, for his leadership on this important issue. The military population in my home district of Colorado Springs is well over 100,000 people. It includes active duty, National Guard, reserves, retirees, and veterans. Including their families and dependents, the number of TRICARE beneficiaries in my district is substantial. The impact of Express Scripts cutting the number of in-network pharmacies and reducing reimbursements has been felt in Colorado Springs. I have heard from constituents who have had trouble finding quality pharmacies for their prescriptions and who are faced with increasingly long wait times, decreased hours of service, and unscheduled closures. Additionally, beneficiaries in my district have had to change their pharmacy numerous times as TRICARE rates continually fluctuate. The process of finding a new pharmacy takes up a substantial amount of time. Beneficiaries ultimately cannot reliably depend on a pharmacy to consistently deliver their necessary medicine. The men and women serving in our military, retirees, and their families who serve alongside them deserve more options for their health care, not less. Access to quality, accessible, reliable pharmacies should not be something that our military families have to worry about. I urge the Defense Health Agency and Express Scripts to carefully consider the impact these recent changes have made on military families and to make the changes necessary to facilitate increased pharmacy access and availability to beneficiaries of the TRICARE network. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado. And if you will notice, one of the things that he pointed out, and that I pointed out earlier in my remarks, he represents a lot of veterans. He represents a lot of people who have retired in his district. The military, these military bases, many of our veterans, when they leave the service, they retire in the area where they've been serving. That's certainly the case in my district, and I suspect it's the case in Representative Lamborn's district as well. That's why this is having such a big impact on people. It has disrupted their lives. This is not just a cost-saving move here. This move has impacted veterans who worked, served our country, sacrificed for our country. It's impacted them and their families after we promised them we would give them quality health care, affordable health care, and yet it's done just the opposite. Thank you, Representative Lamborn, for your comments. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I want to recognize a good friend of mine and a fellow member of my delegation who also represents an area with a heavy military presence and a heavy veteran presence in his district. Just north of my district, I know that Fort Gordon is in his district, and I know that there are a lot of retirees, a lot of veterans who have retired in his district as well. And this time, I want to recognize Representative Rick Allen and give him all of the time that he will consume.
Thanks to my friend and colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for organizing this special order and for your leadership on this issue. This is an important issue. You know, growing up and then, of course, now, you know, my pharmacist is a dear friend of mine. And, you know, I don't want to go to another pharmacist. Although you get all these, you get all these offers like, to get this through the mail and all that. To me, your pharmacist is kind of like choosing your doctor. I mean, and they do so much for the communities that they serve, particularly in rural America. But what we're talking about here, and as Congressman Carter said, is it's about the American troops, our veterans and their families, at risk of losing access to life-saving prescriptions. In October, the Defense Health Agency's pharmacy benefit manager, Express Scripts, cut nearly 15,000 pharmacies from its network, all because they wouldn't accept Express Scripts' outrageous terms. Why does this happen? I mean, of course, obviously we're shining a light on this because the entire country needs to know about this, particularly our veterans community. This decision left 250,000 people with few or no local in-person options to access the medicine and treatments they need. Countless Americans choose to get their prescriptions filled at their local or independent pharmacy, specifically because of the quality of service they provide. And like I said, it's a personal thing. It's a relationship. Your pharmacist has knowledge of your medical history, and the relationship that patients have with their community pharmacists is important, and it must be allowed to continue. This choice is important, especially for veterans who have sacrificed so much. But this decision has negatively impacted scores of veterans, particularly those living in rural areas like the ones I represent in Georgia 12. My colleagues and I will continue to put pressure on this administration to do the right thing and step up to ensure that community and retail pharmacies are able to continue to serve our military by offering reliable local access to their medicines. This is critical, and with that, Mr. Carter, I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his comments, and I want to point out one thing that he so astutely pointed out, and that's about the rural areas. Keep in mind now, yeah, they're still going to have a lot of the big box pharmacies that are going to be participating in this. They'll still have the mail order, but there are a lot of rural areas that are going to be impacted here. A lot of our veterans live in rural areas. Mr. Allen's district, like my district, has a lot of rural area in it. Our constituents are impacted by this. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to point out one other thing. Express Scripts is one of 3 PBMs in this country that controls 80% of the market. That's right. Express Scripts is one of the 3 PBMs in this country that controls 80% of the market. Now, of the TRICARE, they have this contract. They control 100% of the bodies covered under this, the people covered under this contract. But it's also important, we mentioned mail order, and mail order is a big component of this as well. By the way, Mr. Chairman, Express Scripts PBM, guess who owns the mail order pharmacy that they're using? They do. That's right. Express Scripts PBM, which is owned by Cigna Insurance, also owns the PBM and the mail order pharmacy. So they're pushing these patients to their pharmacy. They're pushing them away from the independent retail pharmacy and pushing them to their mail order pharmacy. And you wonder how they're going to save money? Mr. Chairman, at this time, I want to recognize a new member of Congress and a new member of the Doctors Caucus. We are delighted to have the Congresswoman from Virginia, Representative Jen Kiggins, as a member of our Doctors Caucus, as a member of our body. And I want to invite her right now to make comments on this as well. And I will yield to her as much time as she shall consume.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Carter, for yielding me time to speak on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, it is fitting that my first address on the House floor is about a subject that is important to me and so many people in my district. As a Navy veteran and a primary care nurse practitioner, I'm well aware of the challenges that our service members face in the healthcare arena. Over the past few weeks, I've heard from countless concerned constituents who are unable to get their medications from their local pharmacy because the pharmacy is no longer in the TRICARE network. It's not just TRICARE members who are being affected by this change. I recently talked to a constituent who owns a small pharmacy on Virginia's Eastern Shore. They are at risk of losing a significant percentage of their business because the reimbursement rates issued from TRICARE are now too low to be sustainable for pharmacy owners. I was sent to Congress to help the people of Virginia's 2nd District in any and every way that I can. This new contract helps absolutely no one. In fact, it does just the opposite. Our military and military families need to remain strong to be effective. It's our job to ensure their needs are met and their health is prioritized. Make no mistake, this TRICARE contract does neither. I strongly urge TRICARE to return to the negotiating table and ensure military members and their families can receive their medications and our pharmacies are fairly compensated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the lady from Virginia for her very insightful comments. She herself, a veteran. She herself, a healthcare professional. She herself, who has seen the impact that this has had on our veterans, on their families, the inconvenience, how they're having to travel further now to get their prescriptions, how they're having to pay more. All of this, whereas they served our country, sacrificed for our country, and now this is the way that we're going to repay them? By allowing a company that has as their motive profit, by allowing them to treat them this way? Is that the way the Biden administration wants to handle this? Is that what they want to allow? I don't think so. Mr. Speaker, at this time I want to recognize another valuable member of the United States Congress and a neighbor to my west in Alabama, Representative Barry Moore. And I want to ask him for his comments, and I'll yield to him such time as he shall consume.
Thank you, Representative Carter. Mr. Speaker, I'm fortunate to be able to represent a district full of patriotic veterans who have served this country honorably. Every American, and certainly Congress, owes our veterans all we have promised them and more. The issue we are discussing today has imposed significant hardships on veterans and their families who have long relied and trusted local and convenient health care professionals for their prescription medications. Due to negotiations between Express Scripts on behalf of the Department of Defense and independently owned pharmacies, thousands of local pharmacies are unable to provide prescriptions for TRICARE patients. This means that many retail pharmacies are unable to work with TRICARE customers, restricting pharmacy access for millions of people all over the country, including many in my district and primarily in rural Alabama. I've heard numerous upsetting stories from my constituents who have been impacted. One tells me he can no longer use Express Scripts due to his medication prices more than doubling from his local pharmacy, which no longer accepts TRICARE. He recently waited over 4 hours for his prescriptions at this new pharmacy. Another constituent who recently had to stand in line at a pharmacy for over an hour with other upset patrons explained to my office that multiple times Express Scripts has run low on his medical health medications and failed to deliver them to him on time, causing a dangerous interruption in his medication schedule. Mr. Speaker, one of my constituents has used the same pharmacy for 54 years and thinks of them as a partner. They are in frequent communication regarding her health, and the professionals there often help her decide which medications will be most beneficial to her. Unfortunately, Express Scripts has not met her needs. When visiting another pharmacy recommended to her by Express Scripts, she was informed that they are not a fully functional pharmacy and that they were also unable to help her. She's told my office that our veteran population loves our country, but too often it seems our country does not love them back. The treatment of our own veterans is unacceptable, and in the greatest country in the world, our government must do everything possible to alleviate the suffering of our veterans, their families, who have already sacrificed so much. I appreciate my colleague, Buddy Carter, an experienced independent pharmacist, for hosting this special order and his leadership on this issue. We have no greater responsibility than keeping our promises to our veterans, and I'm committed to ensuring that families using TRICARE receive the utmost care from their trusted local health care professionals. And with that, sir, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his comments, and they are insightful. He, like all of us, has constituents who have been inconvenienced and have been rudely and quite honestly just selfishly disrupted. I mean, he mentioned the fact that People who have been using the same pharmacy for years, now having to find another pharmacy, all because of profits. All because this company, Express Scripts, is trying to make more money off the back of our veterans. We should be ashamed. This administration should be ashamed for letting this happen. You hear it from me, you've heard it from some of my colleagues. I want to share with you just a couple of stories real quick. A story that was sent to me. I mentioned that we've heard from constituents, and we have. A concerned citizen wrote and said, I've been using the same pharmacy since 1985, and now I have to change. No choice of my own, but now I have to change. My pharmacist knows my family's medical issues, and now I have to train a pharmacist pertaining to my medical history. This is an example. Another one, and we're fixing to hear from retired Marine and General, but another one. As a retired Marine Master Sergeant who suffers from exposure to Agent Orange and Camp Lejeune water contaminants, my family has used a local pharmacy in our hometown of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma for 25 years. Our pharmacist is not only a healthcare provider, but is also a well-known friend and neighbor. One of BA Family Drugs' most prized services was free home delivery by their drug bug, a Volkswagen Beetle. We can no longer rely on that excellent service. Again, this has disrupted people's lives, but it's more than just people. It's our heroes, our veterans. At this time, I want to recognize, as I mentioned earlier, one of our true American heroes and one that I am honored to serve with in Congress, one of our, I believe it's 4 generals that we have here in Congress serving with us now. And that's Congressman Jack Bergman from Minnesota. Congressman, I'll yield to him such time as he shall consume.
Well, thank you, buddy, and I thank you for taking the leadership on this, and I have to just correct one thing for the record. I was born in Minnesota, but now I represent Michigan, and that's okay. I have roots in both because I was raised by a Minnesota farm girl, and now I'm married to an Iowa farm girl, so now if we can get Iowa in there at some point, we'll be in good shape. I'll be happy at home. But you know, when I just referenced my mom and my wife, my dad was in World War II. My father-in-law was in World War II. And we think about the sacrifices everyone in our country made. It was really the families that sacrificed on the front end to ensure that their loved one service members deployed around the world to end the tyranny of World War II, that the family members at home sacrificed to ensure their service members could fight the fight. And I think today it's true, and still is true, that when you talk about TRICARE and all the services that it provides, it's not about the service member, it's about the service member and their family. Because without the comfort of knowing that the family is being taken care of by the TRICARE system, that it is a system that does not institute change for the wrong reasons. And what we're hearing today, this is change for profit's sake, and that is the wrong reason. So when you think about what is readiness, our troops have to be trained and ready to deploy at a moment's notice to protect our national security. That readiness includes family readiness. Family readiness includes the availability of TRICARE, the availability of prescriptions, especially in my district in the Upper Peninsula, Michigan, and Northern Lower Michigan, where we have a lot of rural and remote families that can't get to the pharmacy every day, that cannot, whether it's snowstorm, whether it's age, whatever it is. We need to ensure that our TRICARE system is robust, it is complete, it is fair pricing to make sure that in the end, everybody wins, not just a couple. You know, we've got roughly, the Department of Defense requirements, TRICARE supports about 9.4 million service members, retirees, and their families around the world. That doesn't seem like much in a nation of 330 billion, but guess what? It means everything to that 9.4 million service members and their families. You know, the comprehensive nature of TRICARE. As we saw during the COVID time, the advancement of telehealth, the advancement of diagnosis, the advancement of treatments, prescriptions, and all of that, it all blends the work going forward in what we need to do to support our service members and their families. And it's incumbent upon us, as members of the House of Representatives and the Senate and the President, to ensure that no policy is put into place that gives any entity an unfair advantage when it comes to their priorities versus the needs and the priorities that we have and our commitment to our members of the armed forces. So with that, we know this is ongoing, and I can tell you one thing, as a member of the VA Health Subcommittee and on Armed Services, I look at this issue from the front end of it, recruiting and enlistment standards to retention, to retirement, to going into the VA system, all the way along in that service member's life and their family's life. And we are committed here to doing the right thing for those folks because they did the right thing for our country. And with that, I yield back.
General, thank you. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for your interest in this subject. It is extremely important, and we appreciate your leadership. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to share with you some of the comments that we've gotten in our office. From Rick P. My neighborhood pharmacy is 5 minutes away and is the only one in town. But now with changes, I have to go 30 minutes to and from the nearest pharmacy in the next town. That is not right. I've been going to the same pharmacy for 22 years, and they know me and my medical problems and prescriptions I take. This is the way we're going to treat our veterans. This is the way we're going to treat our veterans' families. From Bob S. in Gainesville, I'm a retired Air Force. My wife and I live in Gainesville, Georgia. We currently use Express Scripts mail order pharmacy or VA mail order when possible. My wife has insurance through her employer, which makes her ineligible for Express Scripts mail order. It also means she can only use 3 pharmacies that accept both insurance. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves driving 3 hours one way so we do not have to pay $2,000 out of pocket each month for her medications. Now with fewer pharmacies accepting TRICARE, we will probably have to make the trip more often. Wow, what a promise we're keeping to these veterans. We're promising them that we're going to give them quality health care for their sacrifice, for their service to our country. And we're making them drive 3 hours one way so that they can save on the copayment and won't have to pay $2,000 out of pocket. Ridiculous. Another concerned citizen. I called to have a prescription refilled 2 weeks before I was out of my medication. However, my medication never came. I called Express Scripts to inquire about its status, and they told me that I had no refills. So I currently am out of medication, and per Express Scripts, I cannot get my medication for 2 to 3 weeks. How is this right? I served my country for 30 years, and I cannot get my medication for 2 to 3 weeks? What are we supposed to tell these people? What are we supposed to tell our veterans? Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. You don't want this, I don't want this. No member of Congress wants to see this. So why is it that the Department of Health Defense is not addressing this? Why aren't they responding to my letters? Why aren't they accepting my invitations to come to their office and talk to them about this? Another concerned citizen. We live across the street from a locally run independent pharmacy. We strongly believe in supporting local businesses and having the choice of where we get our medical needs. Isn't that what America is supposed to be about? Please do whatever possible to keep our local pharmacy in the network. Local businesses, small businesses are important to our communities. Another concerned citizen. We live in a small town with only one pharmacy, which Express Scripts has quit doing business with. Our only other alternatives are pharmacies that are either 20 miles away or 10 miles away. With the price of gas, this just adds another expense to the already high cost of medication. Bob P. writes, They removed our local pharmacy that is walking distance from our home. We now need to travel several miles for the next pharmacy on the very limited list. This was a surprise when they deleted so many pharmacies off the list. On and on and on. All of these messages sent to our office. Why were they sent to our office? Because obviously they know I'm a pharmacist. Obviously they know I'm working on this issue. Mr. Speaker, this is despicable. No American should have to suffer through this, but especially our veterans who sacrifice for our country. You see the comments back here. We depend on the Coast Guard to do search and rescue. They should be able to obtain their medications from their local pharmacy and pharmacists. It's like the years of service I gave to this country are no longer appreciated. It's like us veterans are unimportant to this nation. Is that the message we want to send? No. They will no longer have access to our free delivery service or access to a live pharmacist in a timely manner. It's sad, it's dishonest, and greedy on the part of Express Scripts for agreeing to this. One last letter that we received. Our local independent pharmacy has expertly provided for us and have become like family. Our local neighborhood businesses are very important for community strength and solidarity, and cutting them out further weakens the ties that help to keep communities strong and viable. Please strengthen families and communities by reinstating local and independent pharmacies. That's why currently, as we speak, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, is looking into the impact that the PBMs are having on local independent pharmacies. Something that I asked them to do 8 years ago when I first entered Congress. The first thing I did when I got to Washington, D.C. was to call the FTC and ask them to look at the vertical integration that exists in the drug pricing scenario, where the insurance company owns the PBM that owns the pharmacy. That's right. Aetna owns Caremark, which owns CVS. Cigna owns Express Scripts PBM, which owns Express Scripts mail order. And then you have United. Same thing. Thank goodness, finally, last summer, the FTC agreed to look at this vertical integration that has caused the prices of prescription drugs to go so high. There was a study done by the Berkeley Research Group last year. It showed, and hear me, Mr. Speaker, it showed that only 37% of the price of a medication goes to the pharmacy manufacturer, which begs the question, where does the other 63% go? And guess where it goes? It goes to the PBM, the middleman, to Express Scripts, those types of companies. That's where it goes. Now, look, I'm not opposed to anybody making money. But at the same time, tell me the value they are bringing to health care. They're not bringing any value to health care. The egregious policies of the PBMs are what are causing prescription drug prices to go up. And now they're cutting out the local independent pharmacies. And now they're penalizing our veterans, causing them to have to drive miles and miles and do without their medication and pay higher prices, all to make more profit. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are here today. It's because of the patients. It's because of our veterans and their families. They're the ones that are suffering. They're the ones that need the Biden administration, who can do something about this and who should do something about this. They're the ones who need them to step up. These stories should not be our brave service members' reality. We can and we must do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging us here today, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a giant of a man in Jacksonville and in Northeast Florida, Mr. Harry Frisch. Many knew Harry as a very savvy businessman and compassionate philanthropist, but I had the great privilege of getting to know him as a true friend. Harry was the epitome of the American dream. He was born July 5th, 1923 in Vienna, Austria. And at age 14, he fled the Nazi takeover, traveling to Czechoslovakia and then later fleeing to Israel, where he worked as an auto mechanic and met his loving wife of 68 years, Lilo. Harry and Lilo then relocated to Jacksonville with their two sons, Ben and Carl, where Harry began at his mother's fish business to make ends meet. Through his diligent work ethic and his warm personality, Harry grew Beaver Street Fisheries into one of the largest seafood processors and distributors in the United States. Harry's joy was contagious. He felt a deep sense of appreciation to all those who had helped him along the way, and made a point of being authentic with everyone that he interacted with. That's the attitude that helped him develop deep roots across Northeast Florida and led him to give back wherever and whenever he could. Harry supported many local nonprofits like the River Garden Hebrew Home and several local hospitals, including the Mayo Clinic, the St. Vincent's Hospital, and Baptist Hospital. His reputation earned him a multitude of awards, including a place in the First Coast Business Hall of Fame. But above all, Harry was a devoted son, brother, husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. It was known to his Beaver Street Fisheries family as part of his very own family. He loved them, and they loved him. At 99 years old, Harry lived a life of purpose and faith that sets an example to us all. His philosophy in life and business was, if you can't handle the business, you don't need to be in the business. Reminds me, Ralph Waldo Emerson once wrote, "The purpose in life is not to be happy. It's to be useful, to be honorable, to be compassionate, to have it make some difference that you have lived and lived well." To the entire Frisch family, I'll use Harry's favorite line. Let me put it to you this way. Harry Frisch lived a life of immense and positive impact for an unmeasurable number of people. So as Ralph Waldo Emerson would say, he lived well. So on behalf of Florida's 5th Congressional District, I offer my prayers and sympathies to the Frisch family and his Beaver Street Fisheries family. Harry's life and legacy will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, a nation without borders is not a nation. Since President Biden took office, we have seen a record of number of illegal border crossings at our southern border. This has led to more drugs and fentanyl entering the United States, increased crime, and a demoralized border patrol. Instead of solving this crisis, the President and the House Democrats have turned a blind eye. They continue to double down on their radical open borders policy that focuses on processing illegals faster and moving them throughout the country. To this president, there is no crisis at the southern border. This is his policy. Until now, we saw the president visit the border for the first time this month. And now the Biden administration wants to be focused on solving the issues at the border. Well, he's about 2 years too late. But instead of taking responsibility for this national security crisis, the president is shifting blame to us here in Congress, claiming House Republicans have failed to take the necessary steps to defend our border. Mr. Speaker, that's absolutely astounding. Since President Biden took office, CBP has recorded 4.5 million illegal border crossings. That doesn't include their estimated 1.2 million gotaways. Under one-party Democratic leadership, ICE removed last year only 72,000 migrants, down from 186,000 removals in the final year of the Trump administration. In December, under Secretary Pelosi's leadership, we saw a record for the most illegal crossings in a month ever. In the 10th month in a row, more than 200,000 immigrants were apprehended at the southern border. And how did the administration respond? By releasing more than 1 million people into the country's interior last year, only a third of which are under ICE supervision. By building an app for immigrants to schedule their illegal entry into the country. They responded by creating parole programs that bring tens of thousands of migrants into the country without a pathway to legal status. And finally, by cutting ICE detention beds last budgetary cycle. 11,000 beds cut by ICE, decreasing our capacity to detain migrants. Not because border crossings are down, but because this administration negligence is preferable to accountability. Make no mistake, we are in the middle of a historic border crisis because of President Biden and House Democrats. During my trip to the border last spring, I met with discouraged Border Patrol agents, overwhelmed by the influx of migrants attempting to cross our border with absolutely no relief in sight. While these agents do their best to handle groups of hundreds and sometimes thousands of people, the cartels are taking advantage of the holes in our border to smuggle in dangerous drugs like fentanyl and dangerous people. Hundreds of terrorists, known terrorists on the watch list, have come into this country. Every state has now become a border state under this administration. By failing to enforce our laws and secure the border, this administration is incentivizing illegal entry and encouraging more people to come here and then overstay their visas. This national security and humanitarian crisis has gone on long enough. Since I came to Congress, I've been fighting to secure our border. Working with my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, I helped secure over $5.8 billion for a border wall since fiscal year 2017. This Congress, House Republicans are committed to securing the border, ending catch and release, reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy, requiring proof of legal status for employment, and eliminating welfare incentives. We owe it to the communities we represent to take these issues seriously and to hold this administration accountable. House Republicans will take the necessary steps to ensure America is a nation that is safe. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to my colleague, Mr. Kevin Kiley from California, and I yield him as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we celebrate School Choice Week, and it certainly is something to be celebrated. Across the country, school choice has been an abundant source of opportunity and force for good, lifting the life prospects of millions of students. And it's important to recognize at the outset that for a particular group of people across this country, school choice exists to the fullest extent. And those are families who are fortunate enough to have the financial means to create choices for themselves by moving into a community that has good public schools or by sending their kids to private schools. This form of school choice exists in all of the 50 states. But when it comes to everyone else, there is a stark difference among the 50 states. You see, there are some states that have decided that school choice should be available not just for some, but for everyone. And so, for example, you have states like Florida that have offered a variety of different school choice options. In fact, Florida is ranked #1 in the country when it comes to educational freedom, and not coincidentally, also ranks near the top when it comes to performance of their kids, ranked among the states across the country. But then there are other states that have opted to have a two-tiered education system, where they say, we will have school choice for those that can afford it, but everyone else, they say, we're going to tell you where you'll send your child to school. You'll have one option, and they will go to that school, whether your child is learning or not, whether they're learning how to do math or not, whether they're learning how to read or not, whether they're being prepared for success in life or not. This is the two-tiered education system that prevails in far too many states in this country, and perhaps nowhere more so than in my home state of California, where it has become a business model, a perverse business model of keeping kids trapped in failing schools, which each year is further entrenched by politicians and the special interests that support them. And no individual personifies this two-tiered education system more than the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. Soon after taking office, Governor Newsom enacted an aggressive anti-school choice, anti-parent, anti-student agenda that went after charter schools and was condemned by civil rights groups like the NAACP and the Urban League. And then, after the COVID-19 shutdown began, Newsom and the California legislature went even further, trying to reduce the number of options that parents had from 1 to 0. At the beginning of the shutdown, with schools not operating at all, many lacked even a distance learning option. So parents started enrolling their students in charter schools that already had well-developed personalized learning models. Newsom and the California legislature passed a bill to stop this, to defund these charters, to deny them funding for any new students so that kids would remain trapped in schools that weren't even offering Zoom school at the time. In the months ahead, Newsom and his allies in California realized that the COVID shutdown presented an opportunity to further entrench their business model of keeping kids trapped in failing schools without even having to run schools at all the while taking in billions and billions of extra dollars in funding. California would have the longest school shutdown of any state in the country. Newsom, as governor, assured California was 50th out of the 50 states in resuming in-person instruction. He claimed again and again that it was necessary to keep schools closed for the safety of students, but he knew that wasn't true. The reason we know that he knew it wasn't true is that at the same time, he was sending his own kids to in-person private school. This, by the way, is a pattern across the country, where some of the most strident anti-school choice politicians embrace school choice for themselves. President Biden, Vice President Harris, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, as well, of course, as Newsom, all fight against education options for families while enrolling their own students in private schools. The consequences of California's school shutdown, as well as other states that kept their kids out of school for far too long, are starting to come into focus. The National Assessment of Education Progress, a test administered by the Department of Education, released scores in the fall of 2022 showing that students in California had a 5-point drop in reading and a 7-point drop in math. Now, California already had among the worst education outcomes in the country. Before COVID, we ranked 49th out of 50 when it came to education outcomes for kids in low-income communities. And now, thanks to the longest school shutdowns in the country, those achievement gaps have been widened significantly. And this doesn't even account for all of the other dimensions of the harm that was done to kids in terms of their mental health, in terms of their social development, and so much more. And we have so much work to do now to try, in as much as we can, to help students recover from learning loss and to get back on the road they need to pursue their goals and to have success in life. The good news, though, is that the experience of the last few years has catalyzed a movement of parents across the country that is starting to develop into a renaissance in school choice, as we are seeing more and more pro-school choice, pro-kid, pro-parent legislation pass in states all across the country. Now, California has been an exception, and if anything, there has been a retrenchment as those who are currently in power see the threat that this movement of parents proposes or presents to their business model. But as we pause for a moment this week to celebrate and commemorate School Choice Week, I would want to offer a few ideas for the forms of school choice that this movement of parents can be channeled into. The first is choice within the traditional public education system, which isn't as discussed as much in the context of school choice, but which is very important and very powerful. So this means, number one, allowing schools within a district to have the freedom to present different types of offerings, different types of schools, such as vocational schools or immersion schools, in order to serve different types of students and to cater to the learning modalities of different types of students. And then allowing enrollment freedom within a district so that parents can choose a school within the school district that is right for them, as well as offering the option of transferring to another school district if there's a school in that district that serves their child better. Even in California, where we have among the worst school choice offerings in the country, one of the few options that does exist is called the District of Choice Program, which enables families to transfer into a neighboring school district. And a study by the state's nonpartisan legislative analysts showed that for students who participated in the District of Choice program and transferred to a neighboring school district, their education outcomes improved. But not only that, the districts that they were transferring out of realized they need to take action to prevent students from leaving. And so they started offering new courses. They started offering AP courses, and the level of achievement in their schools improved as well. That is the beauty of school choice, is that it lifts all boats. And as we develop more programs for choice within the traditional public education system, it should be coupled with ease of enrollment, transparency to parents as far as what options are available, easy websites where you can see the schools that exist within a district and can see your enrollment options. There are many districts across the country that have developed these platforms and that have served students and families very well. The second form of choice that is continuing to expand across this country is charter schools, which are about 30 years old now in the United States. And what charters do is they essentially flip the typical education paradigm on its head, where they enable a great degree of freedom to school leaders to run the school however they see fit, and free the charter school from the constraints of the state's education code. So they're far less regulated, there are far fewer mandates. But in turn, charters are not assigned students like your typical neighborhood school is. They have to attract students to proactively enroll, and then not only that, but then they get reviewed every few years and assessed on the basis of their learning outcomes, and that determines whether the school will continue to operate. Now, this combination of innovation and accountability has a tremendous track record after just a few decades in existence. For example, one study by Stanford Center for Research on Education Outcomes showed that after 4 years in a charter, urban students learn about 50% more than demographically similar students in traditional public schools. Or New Orleans, in the wake of Hurricane Katrina, became a 100% charter district. And you saw test scores, graduation, dropout rates, college-going rates, independent studies, all showing that the city's schools have doubled or tripled their effectiveness over the course of a decade. So the charter schools are another key tool in the school choice toolkit and should continue to be encouraged as an option for parents and families outside of the traditional public education system, although it is important to note that charters are public schools. They are free. They have to have a blind admission system that is non-preferential, where if they're oversubscribed, then they're subject to a lottery. A third form of choice, then, is opting out of the public education system altogether. Now, it should be noted again that this right does exist in every state across the country, but the means to do so only exists for a certain segment of society. And so again, it's the Gavin Newsoms of the world that have the ability to withdraw their kids, if they so choose, from the public education system, but a lot of families just don't have the financial resources to do that, even if they believe that that is the option that is right for their kids. So what you're seeing to solve this problem and to tear down this two-tiered education system and have one where school choice is open to all is many states are passing legislation to create education savings accounts or other mechanisms where funding follows the child, so that you take the amount of state funding that is given to per pupil. In some California districts, this is over $24,000 per pupil, and at least give a portion of that to the parent to send their child to a private school or to hire a tutor or to find the option that is right for them. And it should also be noted, by the way, that protecting homeschooling is now more important than ever. We have a wonderful homeschool community in the district and the communities that I represent, and given the experience of public education in California and across this country in recent years, you've seen by some estimates homeschooling double just over the last few years. And this is an option that needs to be available to every family in this country as a matter of right and as a matter of giving parents the ability to control the education of their child. So those are just a few of sort of the exciting things that we see going on across this country in at least some states when it comes to expanding school choice, to having not a two-tiered education system, but one where opportunities are available for all. I actually worked as a high school teacher in inner city Los Angeles, where I worked on a direct level, on a small scale, to try to close the achievement gap for my students. I now am honored to have been appointed to the Education and Workforce Committee here in the House of Representatives, where I'm going to be working to do that on a larger scale, to expand school choice in as much as we can, and to pursue the goal of assuring that every child in this country has the opportunity for the education they deserve. Thank you, and I yield.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Gentleman yields back.
The chair lays before the House a request.
After 11:30 a.m.
Without objection, the request is accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection.
I move that the House now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.